Hello, everybody. Hope everything's all right. Paul the cat. Salut toi. Paul the cat. Just going to do a little something here. Paul the cat is after me. I think I know what he wants. I'm just going to move the camera a little bit. Won't be very long. Paul the cat has this new habit of wanting to be on a chair near, kind of with me, basically. Just gonna do a little something here. There we go. Let's put this a little more like this. And here we go. A Paul situation, yes. So this is what he wants. I'm just gonna show you guys what he wants. So basically what he wants is to be here on this chair. Yeah. Well, the cat now is right here. He's the big cat. Yeah. Say hi to everybody. Say hi to everybody. Yeah. And there's Mr. Paul. Wants me to take care of him. So that's, there we go. And here we go. Let's put it back to normal. To what is the stream. And here we go. So, thank you, SWAT Cats, for the tip. Much appreciated. And there we go. There we go. So we can all start. Checking out if everything's all right. Things are okay. Today I'm connected via a Ethernet cable. Anyways, I had a lot of little things happening with the Wi-Fi not always being good performance on the new PC. So since anyways it always stays here, I've connected it to a Ethernet cable so that it has a much more of a solid connection to it. So this is going to be cool. I forgot to post the links, by the way, to the live show. If you guys give me a second here, I think that it'd be kind of nice to have the link, and so that people can find us. I don't know why I forgot that for some reason. So just give me a second here. I'm going to make sure that people get the links, because some people don't know how to get directly with the YouTube live stream. So here we go. I'm live apparently. For some reason. That's what it says here. And let me just get the link and put it in the different groups. I'm a little late on everything today. It's like I'm some kind of time warp or something. And things are just not going at the speed I want. Maybe that's what I need, the beer. So cheers, everybody. Belgian ale, like last week. I think it's a 6.5% ale. Pretty good. Belgian white ale. So, no friends. Hope you can join the fun. Here we go. Sharing in this group. Sharing here. Copy. Post. Shortwave. I knew it. Somebody in the Shortwave just posted, is there a live show today? Because I didn't post the links. Canadian International DX Club. Here we go. Links. And Twitter or X. Maybe I should do a Blue Sky account. Everybody seems to be going there. So here we go. Link. Post. Here we are. Sorry guys about that. It's one of those days. One of those days. So nice to have everybody here. Okay, so hey everybody, welcome aboard. This is the Shortwave live show. We are here every James Farley, the filters on the Texan are not audio. They're done with the DSP chip. They're not audio bandwidths. Audio bandwidths would not work well because audio bandwidths are not true bandwidth filters. On the DSP chip and every Texan receiver and all the receivers that use the DSP chip, they are real bandwidth filters done inside the DSP chip. So anyways, hello everybody. Welcome aboard. Nice to have you on board. And oh, there's a picture. Okay, well, I'm going to check it out. Do I have my tablet here? Yeah, my tablet's here. Because it's always better on the tablet because the tablet is bigger. So hey, welcome aboard. This is the live show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. We are here to entertain, have fun, and to just talk about radio, tune the bands, do something that usually is difficult to do as a gang because we usually do this alone in our little man cave, and we don't usually have anybody around us that's interested. So having this is kind of cool because we're all together. You feel like we're part of a gang and a wonderful gang too. My name is Gilles. I'm located in northeast parts of North America in Montreal, Quebec, and Canada. So this is, of course, fun to be here every Saturday, 20 hours Universal Time. We have a chat room, a beautiful chat room. If you want to join in, lots of wonderful people here on the chat room. And I think we have the best gang around the world. I don't think we can have better than that. And of course, once the chat room is, when this is over, well, we have the Facebook group, which is the same name as the channel, official SWL channel Facebook group. And there we have more than 4,000 members sharing all sorts of things of what they're listening to and so on. I do have an X account, which is also official SWL channel. But hey, maybe we should, I don't know. Maybe we could move to Blue Sky and see what happens. I've not created a Blue Sky account yet, so this could be nice. So anyways, this is a lot of fun to be here, and I hope that everybody is going to have fun today, as we are here every Saturday. As usual, I got my beer, which is a Belgian white ale, and it's very, very difficult to see through, as you see here. So it's a very nice beer. I got another one waiting. That one is not as kind of white-ish as this one, a little more transparent. So cheers, everybody. So apart from that, I've been starting a diet, which I will mention only someday and another time. But I did lose 5 pounds in about 8 days, so we're going to try to keep up. Okay. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here. WA9301 SWL in Northeast Illinois. And still with COVID, take care of yourself. Mine the last time was pretty long before I really felt that I was back to pretty much normal. So unfortunately, we have to have that crap. MDK2, Matt, nice to have you here from Denver, Colorado, where it's 42 Fahrenheit, 6.9 Celsius. And here it's minus 4.5 Celsius right now. There's kind of a little light snow falling outside. It's kind of cute. I took a 1-hour walk before doing the live show. Kind of do a little exercise. What else do we have? James Farley. So like as I was mentioning, James Farley, the bandwidth filters on the Texan radios are real bandwidth filters. They're not audio filters at all. An audio filter, you would see that when you actually make the bandwidth smaller, you would see that the signal still interferes with the adjacent signals because it's still there. It's just the audio you're cutting, which is not the case. And if you tune around, actually, you notice also that you are narrowing the size of the signal you're tuned to. So they are real bandwidth filters. Dwayne, nice to have you on board from Tennessee. We have, what do we have? London 19657, nice to have you here from Northeast Pennsylvania. WF7I Ombro, good afternoon. From a nice covered West Central Virginia. This one is the warmest days in a week, so let's check out. I'm going to check for the email and see what we have. Here we didn't have ice storms pretty much yet, but one of the interesting things that we did have, which was unusual, about just before Christmas, we had what was a kind of some really thick fog at night on Christmas Eve. And in the morning, everything was kind of frozen in a thin layer, but it wasn't ice. It was like little crystals of ice, just frost on everything. It was kind of very unusual and beautiful. We have Bert, that is WF7I Ombru, that is actually on his ham radio with a Montreal, Canada mug. I mean, that mug is the most beautiful in the world. So, thanks for sharing. Master Players Radio and Television, nice to have you here, Bobby. In Morgan City, Louisiana, WA5107 SWL. TVD Xer, ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Toujours un plaisir. Jean Arash, salut. J'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board. We have Nick Hansen, M7, NHR. Nice to have you on board from the north of England. Pretty cool to have you here. We have our JDA Dakota. Nice to have you on board from Wentzville, Missouri. Pete, celebrating my birthday with my new PL990X. Thanks for the recommendation. Loving it. Cool. Have fun. And that's a great birthday gift. And happy birthday. Rob Radio Channel. Nice to have you on board. From the UK, Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here, and 5KVO from South Texas. Different Gear TV, nice to have you on board. Shortwave Sarge, nice to have you here. Torben Iverson, nice to have you on board from Norway. We have Robert Varner, KC2TEL, nice to have you on board from New Jersey. Dosenlof, nice to have you here. Marvin Mutz, nice to have you on board for the Japan Islands. AK4VO. We have Tristan, nice to have you here from Newfoundland. We have Don Royal, nice to have you here. WA7330WL. Jill, thank you for your tutorial on podcast for the Shyang LC90 radio. It was very helpful. Cool. Hope that you that it helps a lot of people, because I know there's a lot of features, a lot of things on that radio, and I have to say that I think a lot of videos will be coming up with different features, how to use them. Actually, I have Shyang that asked me if I wanted to cooperate with some tutorial videos on with what's new on 4.7. Skipwave DX, nice to have you on board from the Catskills Mountain, New York. Nice to have you here. What else do we have? So SWAT Cuts, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Skylar Phoenix, nice to have you on board from Colorado, Ski Country, USA. 57 Steve DX1, nice to have you on board. And it's 42 Fahrenheit in Southeast Georgia. Blogger nice to have you on board. What else do we have? Might Be, nice to have you on board. Listening in Bayfield, Colorado. Pretty cool. Tosanov, slow snow day here in Alabama, off work. Uphold. Blogger dies in Virginia, where it's cold, snowy for a week. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. Andrew Ross, nice to have you on board from Devon, says meow to the cat. Nick Hansen says he is definitely contributing part of the cast. Absolutely. Absolutely, Paul the cat. Ricky, nice to have you on board. Salut, j'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Greetings to everybody, and he's in Calgary. It's 0 degrees, so not too bad. Not too bad. Bill Mead, nice to have you on board. Happy New Year in Pennsylvania. Yes, I am live. Kamikaze76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. And Rob's Radio Channel. Yeah, I'm going to check about something. I got a few ideas of some Zoom eventually. Give me time to check it out. Blogger Dice says, for some reason, YouTube always posts the live show link when I first go to YouTube. Yeah, usually there's, if it's supposed to tell you, but some people just don't see it or don't notice it, or especially when I'm live. Usually when you get on my channel, it's the first kind of thing in the corner of the channel. London 19657, hail to hail. Cheers, everybody. Jean Arash, for those who don't see Jill now, refresh the page. So apparently there was something. Mango nectar, that sounds good, Richard. MDK2, Matt, I've only got hard stuff in the house right now, so I will be abstaining from drinking. Brian Penny, nice to have you on board from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. John Beckham, nice to have you here. J Projects, nice to have you here from San Diego, California. Nick Hansen says it's -4 where he is. So, Pete, cheers everyone. Nothing like a nice cold beer on a Saturday night. Blogger Dies on Blue Sky. Yeah, maybe I should do an account on Blue Sky. Maybe I'll check that out this weekend. Matt, support getting Blue Sky. I need to get up there myself. So, Jean Arash, yes, Blue Sky is a great idea. Yeah, I know. It's, it's tough with moving on to these platforms because of X reason that I'm not going to mention. The thing is, you got a certain amount of, I got like 1,200 followers on X. So, you're kind of starting over somewhere else. So that's the hard part for some people to move on sometimes to other platforms. They get you by, now you've got all of these people. If you're going somewhere else, you're starting from scratch, But yeah, I will do a Blue Sky account. RJ Dakota, Blue Sky. Blue Sky is what was created for those that aren't happy with Twitter, and it's a Twitter-ish like thing, except that they do mention that it will be very neutral and not basically do what Twitter tries to do without going into details. Norbert Thought, thank you for the tip. Much appreciated. Juan Yankee says, nice to have you on board. 1975, Adam got a Retivus. Oh, a Reticus, maybe. 115 this week. It don't pick up anything, really. It should. It's not, it's a very inexpensive radio. Don't expect miracles. But yeah, it should. If you don't pick anything, it's because there's too much noise around you. Go outside, go further away from the houses or from the businesses. You'll see that it will start picking up stuff. It's probably that inside your home, if you're trying it inside, you got too much noise. It can't pick up anything else. So Ricky, just getting started on Blue Sky himself. So I'll create one this weekend, and we'll try to find each other and add each other on our stuff for Blue Sky, and I'll advertise it also as the official Shortwave Blue Sky on my YouTube channel video. Pete, what is your native language? Are you fully bilingual in English and French? Yes, my native language is French, actually. I started speaking or learning English at around age 5 or 6 because I would go outside and my neighbors were Italian, and if I wanted to play with the neighbors, they would only speak English. So I spoke English because out of school, because in school my friends were all francophone, they would all speak French. But out of school, playing in the streets with my next door neighbors, that was English. So I learned English, and actually probably came this close to even learning Italian with all of it. So if I would have put my mind to it a little more, I probably would be speaking 3 languages. The Italian would have been another one. Funniest thing too is that in regular school, when I was one of my best friends, which was in some of my class, we would speak French, but his parents were Italian. So he'd speak at home. He would speak French and Italian. And so there too, I could have learned Italian, and it would have been something, especially around my backyard. There was I called it the ecosystem, the urban ecosystem that I had when I was a teenager. And young up to the teenage years. If you guys would have seen the backyard where we lived, which was absolutely beautiful. There were vines, and there was raisin grapes that were growing up, and it's like the vines were going everywhere. It was like creating kind of a natural roof over the backyard. It was really nice. So in the hot summer, it was always cool there. It was kind of fun. And we had the diversity around me was amazing. On the left side, there were French, Canadian. On the other side, we had Haitians. On the other side, we had Italian. Italian was dominating my surroundings in the backyard. There were several Italian. Even the landlord where we lived was Italian. And to the right, I was friends with one of the guys there, which they were Greek. And that was wonderful. It was I thought that was just so wonderful because you had all the cultures together, and especially the food. They would often, offer me food of their, that they were doing and stuff, and because I was friends with everybody, and I was friends with all the kids. So the parents were always like, "Hey, Gilles, do you want to have, our homemade Italian pizza?" Or the Greeks next door is like, homemade souvlaki and all sorts of stuff like that. And it was like, absolutely, and it was like, wonderful, wonderful. And so this is something that I will always cherish. The richness of having all of these cultures around me. And I think that's what makes Montreal Montreal. For those that never have come to Montreal, all the cultures, I would probably compare it a little bit to New York, because New York is built around that too. A lot of different cultures, because of the immigration and everything. It's a big city that offers a lot, and I think it's a great city partly for that reason, and many others too. But boy, that was so cool. So yeah, French is my native language, and English was learned in the streets. And I didn't speak much English over I'd say the teenage years, because all my friends that I had made were all kind of separating. My next door neighbor, which was one of my best friends, they moved to Calgary back in the time. There's a lot of that going on back in the day. There's like Alberta was like that. It was the place to go if you wanted to make money and do stuff. And there was a lot of Italians, for multiple reasons, that were moving. And I remember my best friend moving. I was about 14, and it was so awkward. I remember we said goodbye, and it was so awkward. And that part was kind of a little sad for me. I felt kind of empty. Someone was missing. Something was missing suddenly. I had friends, but he's the guy that I was always with because he was just a next door neighbor. So there was something definitely missing when that happened. And so at that point, when things changed a lot, I spoke French much more and didn't speak English a lot. But I would listen to English a lot because we had cable TV, I'd listen to all the American networks, NBC, CBS, and so on. I would also listen to Shortwave, and although I did listen to French broadcasts, French language, I would write a lot to the English broadcasts of stations too. So it kept my English alive. And when I went into in college, although it was also French, I started getting back into speaking English more because I was part of the BBS life, the bulletin board systems, for those that were in there, where you would, dial up a BBS with your computer and modem and share with others. Although I was I was a member of 10 or 12 BBS in Montreal area, but out of the 12, only maybe three or four were Francophone. The rest was Anglophone. And there was one in particular which was called the Car Enterprise, which I bonded a lot more with the guys there. And so we would do get-togethers, but it was all in English. Funniest part is the owner was a Francophone like me, and many of the members were Francophone, but there was something special about who we were. We were like, the chemistry was there between all of us. And we would go to concerts together. I mean, that period, I've never seen so many concerts in such a short amount of time. We would go to almost every single rock concert that existed that would come to Montreal, even if I didn't really care about the band, I remember I would never have gone and seen Poison personally, or things like that. But it's like, oh, you guys want to see Poison? And back in the day, seeing concerts was not expensive. You'd go see a concert for $20. So it's like, yeah, sure, let's go see Poison. I know 2 songs at least. And so all of that made me come back into speaking English a lot more. Then again, Shortwave maintained my English because then again, after the BBS craze and all of that, it came back to mostly speaking French. My work environment was always in French. And my English, I can say that the last step where English came back, making the videos on YouTube and doing the live shows. And this actually improved my English because it's different. You have to do and use a language, use a vocabulary that is much richer in order to do what you do. You're going to explain something. You need to have a vocabulary to explain it. So actually, there was a few people that told me, even Sheldon told me, for a Francophone, my vocabulary is extremely expanded. It's really good because not everybody that speaks French in English will have all the words naturally coming to them like I do, and also have a diversity of words, not always using the same sentences, the same phrases. So anyways, that's the history of Gilles speaking English. Let's continue. Here we go. There's a lot of slow scan TV pictures being sent, by the way, guys. 14230. I was decoding that a little earlier on the computer here. There's a lot of slow scan TV. 1975 Adam just poured a vodka and orange juice. Cool. Enjoy your screwdriver. London 19657. Thank you for the tip. Much appreciated. And Joseph, nice to have you on board. What's up? Checking in from San Francisco Bay Area. Strangely warm. Yeah, and man, California. We've got to have some, at least a minimum of a prayer or whatever to all the people affected in Los Angeles. And everywhere around there where, like Malibu and all of that, where it's like just crazy. I've seen the videos. It's like hell on earth. It's completely nuts. Just can't believe it. John Beckham, my next 2 radios, Codascend DX286, great choice, and XH Data 221. Great choice. You're going to have a lot of fun. I mean, the D221, you got to take it for what it is because it's not expensive. But hey, it's fun to play with. It's a nice, very, very nice little portable. Frank Tillman, nice to have you here. Dawson Lowe, very opaque beer. Yeah, definitely. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Martin Frayne, nice to have you here from Ireland. SWL Signals 23. Nice to have you here from Chile, Florida. There you go. I like it when that happens. The Chrome browser goes crazy. Yeah, here we go. Reload. There we go. Okay. I might be missing out. No, I'm okay. Okay, I think it's okay. So WF7i homebrew. I checked my TS2000 also attenuates over medium wave band, just below 1710. My TS990 does as well. Yeah, it's. I guess it's a way for them to avoid the medium wave. You know, if you live in a medium wave, where medium wave stations are, AM stations are very powerful. It's a way for them to probably prevent the radios to overload or get some funky images from the AM band. It's something I had not noticed before ever. And the funny thing is, it all happened because I came across a YouTube video from a guy that purchased a used Kenwood R5000 for $250. And his main purpose was to use it for medium wave DXing. And he was very, very annoyed when he noticed that it was so attenuated on the medium wave band. So it's where he thought that it was, he would not use it anymore for that because he found it sad that they would attenuate. Now, on the Kenwood R5000, you can snip I think it's a resistor and snip a jumper that actually removes some of the attenuation. But yeah, it's probably because they figured let's make sure that medium wave doesn't interfere with the rest of the radio. 1975 Adam, Ontario, Canada, North Bay, cool. YZFR1 Biker, nice to have you on board from Sherbrooke, Quebec. Pete, is there some sort of noise reduction feature on the 99X, or can it be done through changing the bandwidth only? There's no noise reduction. Of course, reducing the bandwidth reduces the amount of noise that you're getting on a signal, definitely. But portable radios like that usually don't have much of, it's not like an SDR type radio where they have, basically they have algorithms that make noise reduction in the circuits. It's more of a processing that's going on. So, but it ain't also, it's nice when it works well, but it's not a miracle either. So the best part is also there's that, and there's going around and trying to find the spots that have the least amount of noise also. PD1 PME, nice to have you on board from the Netherlands, Paul. Pete, do you have any other YouTube channels? Yes, I do have a tech channel. You just go to youtube.com/@WCT. Which is Windows Computers and Technology. James Farley, AliExpress, selling SI 4732 Pocket Mini SDR radios for about $27. Glenn Danzler, nice to have you on board. Torben Iverson, cold, -11 Celsius here in Norway, and 60 plus centimeters of snow. Feel free to come and pick up the snow if anyone wants it. I don't remember when, but there was a big snowstorm once, and I was like, hey, if you guys want to buy snow, no problem. I'll tell you how much for the shipping. It's got to be refrigerated. Guy gets a big bottle full of water. It's like, where's my snow? It's like, sorry. VT Radio, nice to have you here, Paul. AA1SU, checking in from a snowy northern Vermont. Rob's Radio channel gets notification when I go live. Yeah, most people do. Jasmine, nice to have you here from sunny Seattle. Matt, I usually just go to YouTube half an hour or so before you go live. Sometimes it's there on my subs page. Sometimes I have to go to your page, but it's often there when you can wait for it to start. Mike B, cheers. I'm drinking a home-brewed honey wheat beer. It's tested 8.6%. So, wow. I'd like to taste that. Must be interesting. I was offered a partnership with a company that has its machine that makes homemade beer about a month or two ago. Checkpoint Charlie 22, could you please say a big hi to my wonderful wife, Joanne Evans? Hey, Joanne Evans. Hello there. Nice to have you here. Hope you listen to the radio. Jasmine, Blue Sky is great. It's like Twitter before it got all weird and bizarre. Jill's radar or something like that. Nothing wrong with Twitter. It all depends what you want to do. Some people like it, some don't. Matt says regarding Blue Sky, I've abandoned most every other social media platform for reasons I'll likewise keep to myself. But I look forward to making a fresh start. Can also get so much baggage on social media. A garbage probably is what you mean, maybe. There's been a lot of crap. Lately, there's been some crap on Facebook that I haven't seen before, that if it wasn't that it keeps a very strong link with as many people as it does for me, I would have removed myself from Facebook. I find that it's gone over the top in so many aspects, and basically, they're keeping me because of the Shortwave Facebook group, because of the other groups I'm into, and because of all my friends that, it keeps the link between my friends. Without it, those links are not there. So, they know how to keep you there. I can tell you that. Ricky says this is the problem with social media. It's not actually very social due to its fragmentation. Yeah. What I was thinking last night, I was thinking about Facebook because I had some stuff in my face that I was seeing that are annoying enough that I'm like, why do I have to go through that shit that I got in my face? And I was thinking, hey, can someone that, they're creating Blue Sky. A lot of people are going there. How about somebody create a Facebook equivalent that doesn't have all the crap of Facebook? A little competition doesn't hurt that. Yeah, Jean Arash, the Blue Sky is a former Twitter Jack Dorsey. Lagarde, my ATS 25 Max decoder arrived yesterday. Definitely a Tinkerer's radio. Yeah, these are kind of radios for that. They're kind of unique and awkward and bizarre and fun to play also, but it's not for everyone. It's not for everyone usually. J Dakota, just stay away from the Blue Sky for now. I need to learn more about it. Nino19, nice to have you here from Italy. Simarchi128, nice to have you here from South Carolina, KN4EXM. Andrew Ross, nice to have you here. Bob's Old Records, nice to have you here. Jasmine, there's a great chart called The Life Cycle of Social Media, which charts the rise and fall of different platforms, going back to Friendster. I guess a lot of them have a life cycle because of also the way that they behave. I find Facebook, here in Canada, Facebook is, it's popular, but it's hated at the same time because there's been regulations because of the media kind of having a hard time. They've forced the big companies to give an amount of money to the media for the regular Canadian media to continue surviving because they just can't survive right now. There's not enough ad revenue coming in. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that all of these companies are taking away the ad revenue from the standard media, newspapers and the news outlets. So Google played nice. Google said, look, don't regulate us, but we'll give the media. So they're depositing $100 million a year and to a media fund, and it's separated among the different media companies. But Facebook refused. So Facebook now, if you want to share a news story, if you post it on Facebook in Canada, it says, oh, we're sorry, you can't share this. And if you guys in the US would take a news item from one of your newspapers, post it so that I could see it, you guys see it. But here I would see, oh, sorry, we can't share this with you because it's not allowed. So Facebook is being so bad that not just the crap I have in my face is making me kind of, I would like to have an alternative to it, but they're being so bad that they actually should lose all of Canada's users. They should just disappear from the face of Canada because they're such bad players. But it doesn't happen. Why? Because the link of you with your friends and with the groups you go to is so strong that there's nowhere else you're going to find the same thing. What else do we have? Andrew Ross, I picked up Skylark FM, a Dartmoor station from 14 Acres Field near Coffinswell and further No Man's Land, Durston, last week. Very clear reception. Cool. Blogger I now have both the ATS-25 and the DX-286, very different. Both very good. I think very early in my testing that the DX-286 is a lot more sensitive on shortwave with the telescopic antenna. Yeah, it is definitely pretty good with the telescopic. That's for sure. RJ Dakota generally stay on YouTube or Rumble, which still has a lot of rays, Odyssey. Okay. VT Radio just picked up a version of the HT used in the first Die Hard movie. Kenwood TH21ET, 2 meters. That's cool. That's cool. Sean Arash, I'm a bit jealous of the environment you grew up in, Joel. I love learning languages, and we didn't have internet back then. All we had was shortwave radio. That's true. And not everybody. This is the difference. The bigger family on the side of my mother and my father, they all lived outside. And my father's family was in Chicoutimi, which was in parts of Quebec which were very francophone, where English was not prevalent. I mean, none of my uncles were speaking English in any way. Even a lot of my cousins didn't. So I was kind of at my age, at when I was 14 or 15, I would go to the family gatherings. I was kind of a strange thing because I was mostly watching and listening to English language broadcasts and media and programs, while all the rest were watching all the French Quebecois stuff. So when we were gathered, I was kind of a little out of a lot of conversations. I was like, well, I don't do that. I'm not part of that. I mean, there were things I would follow like everybody here in Quebec, but I was not focused on that. I was focused much more on, I want to hear the other stuff. And one of the things I liked about it is that I had probably different point of views, because I was like, well, I don't just watch the local, French language media. I listen to international stuff and to the US media, and all of that in my brain mixed in together gives me a different point of view, because I hear the point of view of everyone, not just my little, media here in Quebec. And all that mix was kind of cool, I personally find it as one of the most amazing things that anybody can grow through. Grow up with all of that diversity is a lot of fun. Personally, a lot of fun. Jasmine says, I may go to Montreal if the convention for a game I play is held there. Montreal is its newest and sixth studio worldwide. They host a yearly convention in cities where their studios are. Oh, pretty cool. Haha, do I dream in French or English? See Marchi. Ah, that's interesting. I dream mostly in French because all around me is French, so probably that's the reason. But I probably had some dreams in English. I wouldn't be surprised I had some dreams in English. My brain is bilingual, so I guess I probably have some dreams in English. RJ Dakota, the X286 is fascinating radio even without SSB. I have other radios for that. Yeah, definitely. I love it. I need to take it out more. I saw it on my kitchen table today, and I was like, oh man, I need to play around. I haven't taken the DX286 for a ride in a little while. Do you think in French and then translate to English to speak? James Farley. Nope. My brain is wired in advance, is much more advanced. So my brain is wired that English is a natural thing. I do not translate. People that are learning, that's the problem. People that are learning a language, that's the first thing you do. Is you're translating in your brain, which makes it hard. But at the level where I am, my English is as natural as my French. So my brain just goes into that mode. I don't translate. I don't need to translate. My brain knows what it means. There's no translation needed. And actually, that is a tough thing in a way. And you know why? Because when we go somewhere and someone doesn't speak English, sometimes they're going to be like, oh, what did they just say? And that's where I learned in that translating from English to French is hard for me to do. Because I listen to the phrase and I know what it means. But then if you ask me, oh, I have to translate it in French, I actually have to think hard to do the translation of it. So people are like, well, you really speak English? Yeah, it's just because my English is just natural in my brain. It doesn't need translation. So if you ask me to translate, I always have a hard time because it's like searching for the proper French words, the equivalent of whatever in English I just heard is not like that. It doesn't happen like that for me. So that's where when I see those, those TV, like the government TV stuff, and you have the translation, the guy is doing translation live, and I'm like, oh God, I couldn't do that. My brain's not wired for that. What else do we have? Has anyone extended the 30-foot cable on the MLA 30 Plus? If you do it right, it's going to work well because it's an amplified antenna. So what you're getting is an amplified signal. Just make sure that you have good quality cable for no noise going in it. Shelly, nice to have you here from South Central Pennsylvania. Blackguard Eye uses the PL990 for SSB. Pete, nice to hear about your multilingual, multicultural background. Definitely broadens the mind. J'ai étudié le français et l'anglais, mais ma langue maternelle est le néerlandais. Cool. Nice. Pretty good written French here. Really nice. Rush fan? No, I'm not much of a Rush fan, personally. It's not the kind of music I'd listen to. I like a couple of songs, but I'm not a fan of Rush. Jasmine, $20? Yeah. I went to see Sting for $18.75. I went to see U2 for U2 at Olympic Stadium, the Joshua Tree tour. Something like $17.50. Pink Floyd, $21.75 at Olympic Stadium. Those were the prices back then. Those were the prices where, you know what? You're not sure you see an artist. It doesn't matter. It costs you $20. Even if I don't like it, $20. It's not like today. Today it's like, oh, it's $350. It's like, okay, no, I ain't gonna pay that. I'll tell you that. Andrew Ross. Okay, Dave Vosh, nice to have you here, and thank you so much for the tip. And by the way, there's the pizza fund. Don't forget, guys, if you want me to not starve tonight, there's a pizza fund going on with PayPal. And the pizza fund, if you want to join in, give me a little something so that I will not starve between now and next week. Please send the PayPal donations for the pizza fund. Any amount helps. Don't worry about it. And thanks for all the contributions, guys. It's much appreciated. Martin Frayne, anyone know what has happened to the XH Data website? It's gone. Isn't it back? XH Data. No, it's not there. Look at that. So I don't know. Did they change it? Maybe? Because they're active on Facebook. Yeah, XH Data isn't working. I don't know. That is weird. Blogger Die has the answer. XH Data says the website will be up next week. There you go. They didn't pay for it, so they have to send the money in. Okay, what else do we have? TV Ostrowski, nice to have you on board from Medicine Hat, Alberta. Mike WX50, nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. Lived in the suburbs of Los Angeles as a kid in the 60s. Sad for all the losses there. Yeah, definitely. It's horrible what you see. It's incredible. Pete, by the way, your stream is as steady as a rock today. Whatever was going on last week, it's solved. Yeah, I think it's the fact that I plugged my my new PC directly with an Ethernet cable. So I'm not using Wi-Fi. Blogger I've bought the US international version of XH Data D219, but gave away the international version. Yeah, James Farley, there's actually Don Moman, VE6JY out of Alberta, actually posted in the comments, actually posted what to do to remove the attenuation. But apparently it doesn't remove it all. It removes part of it. But from what I've read, it still keeps some of the attenuation there. But for me, it's not an actual problem. But, you know, it's things that you just don't notice. And that suddenly you're like, huh, look at that. Okay. KW61, nice to have you here from Tucson, Arizona. Jasmine, there has not been any snow in Seattle. It hasn't even been below freezing this winter. EFOG3, nice to have you on board from upstate New York. Mike WX50 here in Fayetteville, Arkansas, got 7 inches of snow yesterday. This week we had quite a little bit of snow. We had this weird system, something that we don't see much. So there was like this system that was stuck to the east part of the province. And it was like jammed there because of all the systems. Everything was kind of stopped. And what it would do is like it would send bands of snow from time to time, like over Montreal. And so it would snow for a couple of hours, then it would be, almost sunny. Then suddenly it would snow again for a couple of hours, and that lasted from Tuesday all the way to Thursday afternoon. And it wasn't a lot of snow at each time, but it was really cold. And every time it would snow, all the snow would stay on the ground. We ended up in those 3 days getting about, I'd say, a good 7 or 8 inches of snow. Just from a little cloud of snow coming here every couple of hours. It was such a weird thing. It's like one moment we were almost like stormy snowstorm, and 2 hours later it was sunny. And that would like just go and come for 3 days. It was very, very bizarre. And it was really cold, so, it was snowing and it was like minus 15 Celsius. So it's like the snow would all stay on the ground. It was very light snow. And it was so light that it's funny because there are parts of there's a place that I go, there's like always a lot of wind in that area. The wind was so strong there all week that there's not even snow on the ground because the snow is just pushed somewhere else. It was so light. It was really weird. Jamie Ostrowski, what happens to the white when the snow melts? Yeah. I will always remember one little funny thing about today's kids. We're at a sugar shack, and they're having the snow, the snow on the maple syrup that they put on the snow, and it makes like a kind of a candy. And so they're doing that, and they're pouring the hot maple syrup on the snow, and we have our little sticks, and and there's one kid there. The kid says, the mom says, "Why don't you want one?" And the kid doesn't want one, and it's like, it's sugar, it's good, it's like a candy. So she says, "Why don't you want to eat one?" She says, "Because earlier I saw an animal in the forest and it was peeing in the snow. So there's pee in the snow here." And I'm like, God, when I was young, I would never, ever have thought of that. Ever. I was like, hey, I'm an adult and I'm wet. So she's like, well, they're careful and they take the snow at a specific place to make sure it doesn't happen. He answers back, well, it's in the forest. How do you know they didn't pee in it? And all of the questions are like, yeah, you got me there. I got no answer for what you just said. You are right. But it was like just so, wow. I wasn't even there when I was young at that age. It's like today they're just a lot brighter than we were back then. And like, yeah, okay. But then again, maybe too bright is not good. You're missing out on something that's just so good because of it. Oh, man. What else do we have? James Farley, what is the reason for doing a weekly show now? Is it financial? It's just that I feel like doing a weekly show. It's I have more time, and I thought, well, why not go back to weekly shows? Pretty much. Of course, everything I do is partly financial. It's my job. This is like, your job. If you go to your job every day, you go to your job for work. If I wouldn't do anything and post no videos, there wouldn't be no paycheck. It's all related, but also having fun at the same time. I was trying to remember why I was thinking about texting yesterday. Jasmine, I haven't been on Facebook since 2016. How do you remove yourself from Facebook? Oh, it's a fairly lengthy process. You have to know where. I haven't done a video on that in a long time. I wonder if it's changed. You have to go to a place, and you end up with, okay, now your Facebook account is going to be deleted. When you do all the steps, they tell you that your Facebook account is still there for like 90 days or something. So it's not totally gone yet until at that 90-day point, it eventually says, okay, you're out. Nicole Phillips, nice to have you here from Fleetwood, UK, G6PGV. Thank you very much for the donation to Pizza Fund. Fleetwood, another show. We were talking about shows earlier because somebody was amazed that in the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, we would go see concert for less than $20 here. Fleetwood Mac. I went to see Fleetwood Mac in 88, 87, 88 for $15, $15 at the Forum before we had the Bell Center. MDK2, the primary reason I stopped Facebook was the inability to just get newsfeed to work in a way. I know there's no way to see things in an order or a way that you want. Absolutely, man. This is also an annoyance. There's an annoyance. You know what? A friend of mine that likes to follow my feed because, I kind of try to not post stupid things. And he likes to follow me. He likes to see the stuff I post. He says, for weeks, I didn't see anything you're posting. You're on Facebook, still on Facebook? Yeah, it's that crazy, stupid way Facebook has of changing things around. And it's like, no, I would like to I just want to follow and see these people. Master Players Radio and Television's on Blue Sky. What else do we have? Buddy Radcliffe. Nice to have you here. From Phoenix. BS247. What else do we have? Richard Wagner, does anybody know the ETX 25X2 has a balun on the input? Huh. Justin, there's also an age-related thing which goes on with a lot of social media. So yeah, there's a lot of things that have to do with age. I know that Facebook is not the primary thing young people today want to go to. Well, you can remove yourself, RGA Dakota. You make me think about I should make another video on how to do it. It's been a very long time since I posted one on my tech channel. But they don't make it easy. They don't make it like, here's where you remove yourself. It's like you go in your account and you go into some setting place and you go into you just look at it and you're like, yeah, you don't want us to remove ourselves. Ricky says, I can hear the script now. Don't forget to smash the like button and hit the bell icon to get notifications. Yeah. I imagine, someday I've got a notification from YouTube. There's a new setting in YouTube where you can turn on or off. If it's off, it's not supposed to do. But if it's on, AI from third-party companies could analyze videos. And one of the things that I first thought is, no, I don't want AI to analyze my videos. Because at some point, it's going to be good enough to imitate and steal the content and imitate me. There could be an live show AI someday that you guys would not even be able to make a difference of, is it real or fake? So it's like I made sure that all of the settings are off. I don't want to have AI, going through my YouTube videos. Blogger Dies found an old girlfriend from 68 on Facebook. Oh, man. That's Facebook for you. David Ostrowski, easy fix. Subscribe to your favorite news and media sites. Yep. I would say the most important thing in this age is do support, not only diversify your news sources, but the ones that you trust, support them in every way you can. Because we don't want to have these big companies just become the ones that decide what we will see in the future. Matt, Facebook was so great when it was new. Yeah, it was. It's funny because every little change they made it just a little bit worse each time. Yeah, definitely. Facebook, I remember the first time I came on Facebook and saw all of my friends that I would, and family that I would keep contact with. I thought it was the greatest thing in the world. It's like, oh wow. All my friends and my family is here. Because, I'm a guy. And I'm the type of guy that, I don't call much. I don't give news to my family much. Not because I don't love them or anything. It's just, I'm that kind of guy. I'm the kind of guy that just doesn't pick up the phone and talk, So when Facebook arrived, that was perfect for me because, hey, I don't have to pick up the phone, but my family's there, my friends are there, I see what they're doing, I see what's happening in their lives, and it was great. It was absolutely fantastic. I thought it was the greatest idea in the world until it became that shit that we are using today. And it was like, yeah, okay, Art Dodd, nice to have you here. K2ADC in New Jersey. Enjoyed the Shortwave Radio Compare this week. There's going to be more of it. I started turning on radios. I was actually the funniest thing. You guys are going to laugh. I've got about 60 or 70 rechargeable batteries, AA's. And probably at least more than a dozen 18650s. And I started taking out the radios. I got an example here. Look, I got my PL680s right here. And I was like, oh, let's turn them on. Let's play with them and turn them all on. Now, I ended up with most of those radios had the rechargeables in them for months. So I would turn them on and it was like, oh, the battery's almost dead. Okay. They are the batteries that keep their charge, but the radios have a clock that's always displayed and little things like that. So it drains the battery a little. And I ended up with about 40 AA batteries to charge if I wanted to play with radios. Now, thank God I got my charger that recharges at least 8 at a time. But still, it's like, yeah, okay, I need to charge all of these batteries now. They're all dead. So, but it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. And I want to take out some of the older radios. I see some of them here, the DGen D1103. The 1106 that I always hated. I've got quite a few here. The C-Crane, I haven't taken out the C-Crane in a while. Skywave SSB. The Sangean ATS 909X2 is another one I want to play with. The Ethon S350 DL. A few of those I want to play with and go around. It's fun to take out some of the old radios and play with them. James Farley, 11965, African Pathways from Madagascar in English right now. Yeah, it was 20 UT. It ended at 21 probably. Homebrew says, I found Facebook and other social media unappealing many years ago for a reason beyond politics. The constant comparison, inclusions, exclusions. Yeah. There was also, we have to face that other reality that when we went through the pandemic, a lot of things changed among a lot of people around us. That also made kind of... what else do we have? Yeah, same here. I'm on Facebook because of a few groups, and still there's still links with some people I like. But boy, it's degraded so much. Ajay Dakota learned a great deal from the shortwave radio. Learned a few things about languages based on my own experience with shortwave radio, and I went to the local library a lot. You know my fun that I had with local libraries, and by the way, I'm half an hour, not even 25 minutes behind, guys, okay? Hang with me. Library, that is one thing. Okay, let me go down a little bit, and library is a key word that I will come back to. Doesn't know if shortwave made me feel more worldly. Yes, you were. You were, because you were hearing point of views and things that a lot of people are not and have not heard. A lot of people are just closed down so much because they haven't heard what we have heard that tweaked our point of views. John M., hello from the Midland, from mid-England. Did you ever test the S2200X on D cells? Mine is great, still shows full since Christmas Day. I will point out I'm a light user though. Yeah, I've been actually running it on D batteries pretty much all the time. And it gives you fairly good battery life. My first set of D batteries, I was a pretty heavy user. And it was decent. The battery life was decent on the radio. Now I'm a lighter user. I haven't played a lot with it recently. So, of course, it's... battery lasts longer, but it's on D batteries. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Blacker I'm watching the Google Chrome memory usage and Task Manager increase since the snap up to 1.6 gigabyte now. Yeah, let me check it out. By curiosity, mine had the snap about 10 minutes ago. It started freezing. I know it because it starts kind of sluggish, getting sluggish and slowing down. Let me just look at the Task Manager here. So, Chrome. Yeah, Chrome. Chrome is at 500 megabytes right now. Oh, this is interesting. I'm going to check it regularly. John Beckham, I need to play with the DX86 more. Yep. Jasmine, I recommend total immersion if possible in learning a language. That's where you begin to think in that language instead of translate. Yeah. One of my best friends, which wasn't... Actually, I didn't help much because I was in the advanced class in English, which would mean that I had the book that was the next year after, so in high school. So my best friend, which didn't speak much English and was almost flunking English, I knew that the year after he would have that book. So I would give him my book with all the answers I already put in it, so that he could pass his English class. But the problem is, when he went to he became a financial advisor, and what happened is that every company didn't want to hire him because he didn't speak English, and that's what he did. Immersion. He went to some immersion class where it's like you're in it 100%. And that's how he learned English as fast as he could to finally get a decent job. Visit to Charlie. Nice to have you on board. Nice to have you here, Charlie Evans. Skylar Phoenix, your brain flips a switch and you start thinking in that language. Same for me with Spanish after I speak it for a while. Yeah, at some point, at the beginning, you because I followed Spanish courses, and that was the problem. It's like Morse code, decoding Morse code. It's like it's a language. So your brain, you're slow at it because your brain needs to translate every single word. But when you do it and do it and do it, at some point it's like, I don't need translation anymore. I understand it. And that's exactly what you say. It's like the brain just switches into a different mode suddenly. It now just understands. TB Ostrowski. No politics, TB Ostrowski, of any kind. Spindle Twister. What do you think about these earbuds that translate language? Do you think they will work for shortwave listening? You know what? I want to try something because somebody told me that they were using Google Translate. And when they were using Google Translate, they were able to go and I'm sorry, I'm distracted because I was checking if anybody has written something in the email. So here. So they were using Google Translate with their phones. And they were saying that they had some success in translating live a shortwave transmission. And I need to try that. I'd like to try that. I'll get a good signal like Radio Marti or something and see if it works well. Ricky says people mainly speak English where I am, and before we started, used to warn the other folks at the office that if I started to swear in French, something had really gone wrong. Yeah, when you start swearing in French, definitely. Bob's Old Records. I bought the supposedly new improved MLA 30 Plus. Yeah, they're all pretty much the same. They're all the new. Hey, Mad Radio DX UK, nice to have you on board. I'm so sorry for Friday morning. I had an emergency happen and I couldn't get on at 14:30. I'm really, really sorry, man. This coming week, if you're free on Thursday or Friday, let me know which day is the best for you. 14:30 will do it. I'll be there. There's really, really something going on, and I had to take care of it. I was thinking about you all the time. I was like, oh, God, he's waiting for me, and I'm not there. So I'm really, really sorry. We're going to try it this week again if you want. Okay, let's see here. What else do we have? Just try to get back here. Here. Okay, here we go. Dwayne saw ZZ Top for 750 and 77. Yeah, absolutely. Part of it is that, Jasmine. Absolutely. They made more back in the day. They made more money out of selling albums. So that definitely is one. But it's not just that. There's a lot of things that have changed and that have made concerts more expensive in many ways. Here in Canada, the biggest problem that was for concert tickets is that every concert ticket or every artist, the tickets are always generated in U.S. currency, so in U.S. dollars. So, like in a time like this right now, where Canadian dollar is really down, the ticket prices go up because it's, this U.S. amount, then you have to change it into Canadian funds. In the end, it's like crazy. See, Marchie, do you have experience or use amplifiers? I'd like to get one, but they are so expensive. Amplifiers for receive for what exactly? See, Marchie, out of curiosity. J'en arrache simultaneous translation on TV. I wonder what their technique is. It's like you need two brains working. Yeah, it's a way of working. They switch on that other part of your brain that does it. Because I mean they're amazing. It's like, you're like, you just listen and it's like, I couldn't do that. I would freeze after after two phrases. I would like just freeze. I was just like, and maybe that's one part of why you shouldn't. It's like, Matt, I saw Pavement for $10, maybe less than 94. Last time they came was $100, hundreds of dollars. Like, why pay tons more when it's not going to be like it was back in the day? Yep, absolutely. Was it to Charlie? Love your vids. Thank you very much. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Ontario, Canada. Mike B, if I order direct from ACH Data and it ships from China, does anyone know how long it takes to get to US? When you order from XH Data, it's extremely quick. A week. In a week, you're going to get a radio. Like or die, Google Chrome now at 2.5. Wow, that's crazy. RJ Dakota learned some Spanish watching Univision back in the 90s. And a lot like... yeah, there was this... remember that course where there was like... What was the name of the course? It was like a TV series, and there was like drama and all the time in it, and it's like, it was like watching, I don't know, Days of Our Lives in Spanish. And oh man, what was the name of that thing? I think I still have, believe it or not, in VHS cassette, the whole course with the books somewhere here. Mike WX50, my first concert was Atlanta Rhythm Section, April 79, $7. Yeah. The most expensive concert I've seen, young, Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson in 1984 at the big Olympic Stadium here. And that was 40 Canadian dollars. So in 1984, $40 for a concert was very expensive. Yeah, Black or Die, we talked about it. There's a lot of the plugins on Chrome that got to be careful because they were compromised. Different Gear wants me to buy a sardine and pineapple pizza. I'm not sure I would like that. Actually, I've never had sardine in my life. I never tasted that. Ever, ever, ever. So I have no idea. WS2H, Kevin, thank you for the tip. Nice to have you on board. Hockey, Boston versus Florida. Looking forward to retiring 2 months. Cool. Gonna be able to do more radio, man. That's gonna be nice. Rotten animal, don't eat yellow snow. Ah, man. Jasmine, my first concert was Paramore in 2016. I was only 45. She was arguing with her mom with the outfit. Why, you were too sexy? Or too I don't know. Paramore, like, I don't know. Jim Gordon from Radical, Scotland. It was minus 18 degrees in the Loch Ness area. Even the famous Loch Ness Monster is wearing his woodies. He was just staying at the bottom of the lake there, and was like, no, I'm not going out there. You're not going to get a picture today. Welcome aboard, Jim Gordon. Joseph, weekly is great. I make more shows than I miss now. So yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm having fun. Anyways, there's a lot of things that are a little complicated in my life right now. So, I guess part of me doing live shows more often, also on Saturday, is kind of helping me, because my life, in several aspects, including my taking care of someone, is rough right now, and I noticed that doing live shows kind of takes my mind off of that too. Joseph, I used to be on the official Shortwave channel Facebook before I deleted it. After I did all the steps, I was also able to download all my data, which was very interesting to look at. Yeah, you can download your data from Facebook, absolutely. Oh, they collect a lot of stuff, absolutely. It's like on Google, if you have an assistant that you ask stuff all the time, you can go and listen to the last 3 or 6 months of what you asked. Brian Vettenheimer, nice to have you on board. What are your thoughts on the SI 4732 mini receiver? Looks like an interesting toy to tinker with. The only thoughts that I would have is that I know that the silicon integrated 4732 on its own with very little circuit around it is okay. And so these inexpensive devices probably perform decently. They're not, they're not the best, but they probably, just because of the performance of that chip alone, are not too bad, and are kind of, little fun things to play with, basically. David in Barcelona, ¿cómo está mi amigo? Let's have you on board from Spain. Jim Gordon saw Fleetwood Mac here in Dundee in the 71. Front row seat cost me 1.25 pounds. Oh, man. Mr. Stonegrove, nice to have you here. Craig Martinetti, I've been to lots of concerts over the years. Cheap Trick, Amy Grant, Michael W. Smith. I saw Cheap Trick as the first act for Rod Stewart 1 or 2 years ago. Craig Martinetti, Jeff King. I use Facebook for my business and my ministry to Africa. I'm in contact with the church I help. Much easier to read their English than listen to their accent, though. Dwayne, Gilles, you and Sheldon did a good story on Johnny Walker last week. Yep. It's a big name on BBC Radio 2. Jim Gordon, the name of my tech channel, it's youtube.com, and it's at WCT. That's where it is. Yeah, an AI Gel. You guys would like that? An AI of me? An AI of Paul. And nothing like the real thing. Yep, definitely. He's sleeping right there. Look at that. Look how beautiful he looks. He's just like all relaxed because he's with me now. It's like, yeah, here we go. Here's Paul the cat sleeping. Look at that. No care in the world. Just happy to be in the same room that I am doing the live show. For him, that's happiness. What else do we have? My WX50, I used Facebook to keep up with far-flung family back in 2008 or so. Darren Iverson, I am the rare person here. Am I the rare person here? I do not use any social media at all. Still not, do not see what I benefit from it. I have YouTube, that's it. Yeah, that's fine. No, there's a lot of people that are not on Facebook for multiples of reasons. Absolutely. Seven Templar, nice to have you here. Blogger Dad is going to switch from Chrome to Edge. That's going to be interesting. See what happens. Chris, G7VEO, Facebook seems to recommend everyone you come into contact with as friends. Facebook AI brought up the lady at the catering I took my cat to. Is Mr. Paul recommended cat friends? He doesn't have a Facebook page. But yes, they definitely, I see it because I go to a karaoke bar and I notice that they often, it follows you with your phone. So what happens is that because of my phone, it knows I've interacted with some people or I've been around some people, and then it starts telling me, oh, maybe you want to be friends with him or her, or absolutely. Different Gear TV got a deal on Amazon on batteries, 300 AA's, about 45 euros, including delivery. So the alkaline batteries, they're actually good. I have them. That's what I buy too, most of the time. Edge using 900 megabytes of RAM. Wow. No, you're not the only one. I can tell you that. So trying to go down as fast as possible. Summon Templar. So let me just go back with having the regular feed here. After you guys seeing Paul the Cat sleeping like a little baby. No care in the world. He doesn't even move. It's like, yeah, I'm sleeping. I'm okay. Summon Templar. Last night I was listening around for number stations. Settled on 6485. Heard what sounded like Russian station. That frequency was one of the Lincolnshire poacher frequencies. Yeah, you know what? When we start, and that's one thing that I often say is like, get to a frequency, tune it, and stay there for a long time. Stay there for a while. And you're going to be very, very surprised at what could pop up. I do it with my Yesu sometimes. I just punch in a frequency and stay there. And I've been surprised that sometimes you leave it there for a few hours and you're like, wow, I just heard something that I don't know what it is. It's pretty amazing sometimes. And it shows that there's a lot of broadcasts of all sorts that are on the bands, but that you miss because maybe they're not very long in the communications, and maybe they don't actually communicate very often. And what happens is that unless you stay on the frequency and tune around, you miss out. Cheers, everybody. This is beer number 2. You see it's less opaque. It is, but less than the other one. What else do we have? Bruce Cobert, N9BH was the name of the tech channel, or other channels you might have. Look, you know what? I have a lot of channels that I created at the beginning. Actually, that's the reason why some guy from Finland went nuts, saying that I was cheating, which is totally stupid. But when I started doing YouTube, I wanted and by the way, I remember that there's a keyword library. I want to talk about this story. I have to keep that in mind. Sorry. So I did maybe 10 or 12 channels of different subjects. And I looked at what was getting popular the fastest of all. Of course, the first channel I created was a shortwave channel. I had no idea exactly what to do with it. And back then, I didn't have all the radios I got. So it was just like posting a few things here and there of what I was listening to. Then I did a tech channel. I thought, well, maybe that could be interesting, a Windows channel or something like that. And then I did a lot of other things. I have one which is a retro gaming channel. Actually, this one might revive. It's dormant right now. But my nephew, which actually, my nephew Gabriel, that some of you might know, because we did things. He was on this show a few times in live shows a long time ago. And he was also part of a tech show that we did many years ago, which was From the Couch, which was interesting. It gave a new dimension, and it made me go into a new direction of, a collaboration with somebody else, and see where things go. You try stuff. I still want to try new stuff. I'd like to do something else. I'd like to add to the content. The thing is, content is hard because it takes a lot of time to create. It takes a lot of time, and so I spend a huge amount of my week doing this. Then I have my caregiving duties, and this is more complicated lately because I have to go to the hospital because I'm taking care of somebody that now is in a hospital and in rehab, trying to have him go back and walk and go upstairs and do stuff. So my schedule, and then add to the fact that I have to do a monthly bulletin for the Messenger on utility columns. I have to do the weekly International Radio Report show with Sheldon Harvey. There's so much going on that there's part of me that feels that I don't have a life. I'm missing out on having Gilles time, doing what Gilles wants as he wants it, with no other care around. And I can't, right now my brain can't disconnect from all I do. So even if I end up going somewhere doing something I love, my brain is just so out there thinking all the time that I'm not enjoying myself like I should. My brain is unable to disconnect. So anyways, yesterday my nephew just, texted me, maybe we should do stuff on your, retro gaming channel. I mean, I got the Commodore computer, I got the Amiga. We could do other stuff. He's got PlayStation stuff. I got an Atari 2600, a real one. So anyways, that would be kind of interesting. But at the same time, I don't know, maybe I need to be more focused and more organized in what I do. And 2025 is kind of a year where I'm trying to do that. Maybe focus on things differently. But right now I take care of only 2 channels, which is this one and the tech channel. Together they are my main income. And I'd like maybe to add something to it, something different, completely out there. And that's what I thought with my nephew at Christmas, when we had our little Christmas party. I enjoy doing something with my nephew, Gabriel. We're kind of in the same minding most of the time, and he's fun, and we just enjoy doing stuff together. So we'll see. Maybe a third channel somewhere in 2025. Who knows? Depends on how things go, basically. Especially my caregiving duties, which are taking a lot of time also. Butterbean, nice to have you here from Georgia. Got 6 radios on now, and Jill, and working on my HO trains. Oh, wow. Man, these are expensive today. I was looking at how expensive they are if you want to start in that hobby today. Ah, dang, the HO scale trains. I had some of those when I was young, man. 57 Steve says, my voice is currently being Bluetooth through the XH Data D608WB. So, sounds great. I got the voice for it probably too, because I got a lot of bass in my voice. I would guess that probably sounds good on that XH Data has a pretty good audio speaker too. So I'm a 2.4 gigahertz Gel right now. Bob's old record. Immersion means migrating to another province. You don't have to. You don't have to. What else do we have? Let me try to go down as fast as I can now. I'm about 20 minutes behind. Less than 20 minutes, actually. What else do we have? So Kevin says Google Translate works for me in a clear signal. So I guess it could be interesting. Bentley Sourceda says there's nothing like swearing in French. I learned everybody learns. We all learn the bad words, and that's what we learn usually. It's like everybody here that speaks English knows the bad words in French for sure. Manuel the extra, no worries. I gathered something came up. I know you had your caregiving duties. We can try Tuesday or Wednesday this coming week to decide. Okay, so let me just think about it 2 seconds. Wednesday morning would be great. 14:30 UTC. Let's put it as a FTA date. So Wednesday morning, 14:30. I'm going to be there. Man, we're so close. You actually got my station last Thursday. We were really close. There's not a lot missing. Maybe just a little bit better propagation, and we would have done it. So let's hope. Yeah, I was wondering. I was trying to figure out what's WFH, and I was like, okay, work from home. Yeah. Tibirowski. Yeah. Well, it's not supposed to be that much, though. I don't know. Yeah, 14:30 is slow scan TV. There's a lot of it. I'm hearing a lot of it. Ricky says, I tried to Google Translate when listening to some Japanese hams, and I don't think the audio was good enough for me at the time. Yeah, I think it requires the signal to be very clear to work well. Bill Mead, Samsung says its new TVs will have a translation feature. You'll be able to see what's being said in your language on screen in real time. Talking about AI, by the way, let's just get to this for a second here, quickly. The new firmware update for the Shyang LC90 came out, and dang, it brings this radio to a brand new level. And part of it is the voice search feature. It's just so amazing. I am just amazed. So for example, I have the BBC right now.
concert halls not to host.
So this is the BBC.
And she told my colleague Julian Warwick why.
Over the last 20 years, unfortunately, music and the orchestras have been co-opted.
Now let's say I want to have Radio Australia. I just press the language button. ABC Radio Australia. And look at the screen. It's going to say ABC Radio Australia. It's going to write it, that it found it. The voice search is now using ChatGPT. So you might not see it, but look at that. ABC Radio Australia, MP3. All I have to do is click, and there you go. We're there. The voice search is so improved. It's just amazing. So this is actually, they're using ChatGPT now to use the voice search for the LC90, and man, here we go. Radio Australia is right here.
Issues, but what we need to do, where we need to go, what we need to do in life can be found in what, like you said, the wisdom of the ancients. And we're in a special time right now where a lot of that wisdom is being digitalized. We could access it so that we could connect with our ancestors.
So this definitely has improved this radio by a long shot. And SSB, although not fixed at 100%, is good enough that it at least is usable. Just a little tweak in the next firmware and it's going to be okay. So it's really cool. And they're going to add calibration, by the way. Like the Texan radios, you can calibrate the frequency to make sure that they are on frequency. Well, they are going to add that feature in a future firmware update. Really, the LC90 is getting better all the time. Okay, what else do we have? Adam Lozo, nice to have you on board. Do you anticipate the new Codescend radio? I can never remember how to access that feature and the features, and would love a more intuitive interface. Yeah, I have my manual on my tablet because every time I use it, I need to refer to it because there's so much that you can tweak on the radio that it's kind of hard to really go through without having a manual with you. So we'll see what happens. Can they make this a little better? I think it's, we got to remember the fact that radio has so many features that you can tweak for such a small radio that it's, it's crazy. Mr. Stonegrove, yeah, I read that. That in many European countries, it was cheaper to fly from the U.S. to go in Europe and see Taylor Swift. There's all sorts of things that make concert tickets like crazy. Dr. Arshi Joshi, nice to have you here. And good morning from India. Nice to have you on board. Thank you so much for the 50K. Much appreciated. Zeus, the Tornado. Nice to have you on board. Just bought a Codescend today. It'll be my first semi-serious adventure into shortwave after my 1960s Sony. Cool. Telenovelas. Yeah, the telenovelas. That's what it was called. Telenovelas. With Fernando and all the things. I think I still have all of the cassettes here. So that's how you learn, Jasmine. Richard Wagner saw the Stones in 2007 in Chicago, $275 for 2 tickets. I saw the Rolling Stones once in 1989, the Steel Wheel concerts. The Steel Wheel concert cost, I think it was about $30 in 1989. Yeah, all of these courses back in the day they would cost a really high amount of money. Simon Templar, I'm going to mail you an SD card with a backup of my FTDX10. It has a good selection of number of station and pirate frequencies in it. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Michael Jackson and the Jackson 5 together forever, 1984 tour. Not only was it $30 US, easily double what other big name artists were charging then, but you had to buy 4 tickets. No more, no less. Wow. We didn't have that here. We didn't have any minimum tickets. And when my brother had offered me the tickets as a Christmas gift. And I remember being like just so happy to go see the Jacksons. I mean, my brother, that was expensive. $40 each was $80. He was working in 84. He was at minimum wage here in Canada. 1984 minimum wage was something like $3 an hour or something. Can you imagine? That was a freaking expensive concert if you compare the minimum wage to the price of the tickets. John Vargas. My first ever concert was Michael Jackson, but then I saw my second concert was the Pretenders. You know, when they had that, what was the album? It's the album that had Don't Get Me Wrong in 85-ish. That was good. Harold Anderson, nice to have you on board. Happy New Year. Good conditions from Norway. LB1NH. Matt, my first real concert, Van Halen in 84. That must have been good. Last time, original lineup. My first real concert that I loved, that I chose The Police when they did the Synchronicity tour. The Police was just like my favorite band at the time. London 19657 won 2 Michael Jackson tickets. Oh man. You know what was the worst of the Michael Jackson 5 concert in 84 here at the big Olympic Stadium? They had a giant screen because where I was seated, Michael Jackson was like big like a little ant because we were so far back. And the freaking big screen never worked the whole concert. That probably was like, you know. And you know what's the worst part? Nobody complains about it. Or nobody asks for a refund or nobody asks for nothing. And it's like, today I'm thinking about it. I'm like, come on, the big screen didn't work. I didn't see anything. I saw a bunch of ants on a miniature stage. All I had was the music, which was decent and quality. But it's like, come on, I should have some refund for that. The big screen never worked. Who do you want to see? You want to see Michael Jackson? You don't want to have a little ant. Yeah, he just did the moonwalk. I don't know. Ants do moonwalk. Adam Lozo, thank you so much for the tip. Much appreciated. Mike B, I grew up in South California, took Spanish 8th grade, 4 years, high school, 2 years college. Spoke with Latin Americans every chance I got, so that's good. That's good. What else? RGA Dakota instruction manual is always important for a radio like Dakota said. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Thank you, VT Radio. I'll stay away from the sardines, don't worry. I don't feel like that and pineapple. I'll get the pepperoni. Paul the Cat always loves the pepperoni in it. That's what I was about to say, Jasmine. Was it sexy or just was it goth? Yeah, you know, that reminds me, Jasmine, of me being at the karaoke bar. There was this girl that was kind of picked on a little bit because she was goth and she was heavily into it. It was like, the looks she had were incredible. And I remember one time somebody was mentioning or did a disrespectful comment. And when she got up to sing a song that I actually asked her to sing because she was just so good at it, she said, "At least here I have a fan who doesn't judge me on my wearing, on my looks." And I'm like, yeah, I don't care. I'm not a guy that is going to judge anybody. First of all, I'm really not well placed to judge anyone. So, it's like, come on. Live and let live. Blogger Die, I don't know CW, but somewhere in the back of my head, something is saying. Good. Jasmine, I can take that AI for you, Shell. You have hours of just you talking with nothing in the background. That's like gold dust to train an AI voice. Yeah. EFOG cats are awesome. Jasmine, I wonder what cat dreams. Yeah, I wonder, eh? Bob's Old Records. I love red tabbies. My cat is peaches and cream. Cool. Cool. London has 17 indoor cats. 5 look like Paul. Funny when they all sit in a group. And they all pretty much, are happy together, London. Yeah, it's stuffed. It's too fat. We don't see the breeding anymore. Yeah, Bob's Old Records. I think all of the Cuban broadcasts are messed up. You know what? Radio Rebelde is on 5025. I hear it, but with such a weak signal, I don't know how they're broadcasting. The signal is extremely weak on 5025 compared to what it was before. Their transmitters and antennas are really, really gone bunkers, unfortunately. Jerry Hart, nice to have you here from Niagara Falls, New York. 54 Cal, nice to have you on board from Northwest Pennsylvania. Been sick all week. No beer, just water. Yeah, take care of yourself. Brad, nice to have you here. Craig, Martinetti, yeah. What else? Mandario DXer. Yes, I remember Gabriel and the shows you did with him. Hope he is still doing well. Oh, he's doing great. He's got this new job, helping in a tech environment. And he's got the perfect job. He's super happy. Yeah. So, yeah, well, actually what we would do, Jasmine, we would probably do, if we restart the retro gaming, we'll probably do both on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So, Kidney61 says, Jill, my Steam Deck will thank you. So, yeah, we got to do something. It'd be a lot of fun. Look at that. My Chrome browser is probably getting close to doing Snap again. How much memory is it using? Just crazy. Task Manager, how much memory is it using? So Chrome is now using, you guys, you're not going to believe it. My Chrome browser, which only has the chat, it doesn't do anything else. It has only the chat, is at 6.4 gigabytes. 6,500 now megabytes. This is crazy. What the hell is the browser doing? It's using 6 gigabytes just for a chat. What's that? Definitely the Chrome browser is a crap piece of crap. And I go, well, it's a shit piece of crap. This is incredible. I can't believe it. I can't believe it's there. Wow. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna do us not like in the next few seconds because it's frozen. It's freezing up. What else do we have? Anything else? Blogger dies sac en papier. Sac en papier is a very polite one. That is a very polite one. Michael Moore, everybody. It's Radio Shack DX394, a good radio. It's okay. I mean, it's not top notch, but it's okay. And if you have it for a very low price, like for example, I would pay anybody that would have one for sale I'd go up to $100 and buy one just because I want one. In performance, if we talk performance, it's like, I don't know, $50, $40. You get one for 50? Yeah, why not? I'm sad because I will always remember the only freaking time that I was out of the job. To give you an idea of how tight the money was, my weekly spending of anything other than paying the bills, I was allowed $30. That means you don't do much, You go to McDonald's 2 times and that's it, you blew it. Here, snap, again. Of course. This is incredible. I can't believe this crappy browser does that. So, so let me just go here. In that time period, I go to a Radio Shack store downtown. They have the DX394. It's there and it's like $49. It's like it's more than half the price. It's like 1/3 of the price that it was sold for when it was brand new. And I remember just looking at it and saying, I can't believe that I can't afford $50 to buy it. I was so sad because I was like, dang, I wanted it so bad. I just didn't have the money. Yeah, of course, I could have, asked someone to lend me money or whatever, but I'm the kind of guy that's not very, I'm not going to go somewhere and say, I need money. So it was like, it was there, and I came back maybe a month and a half later because I had just enough, and of course it was gone. I didn't have it anymore. But oh man, like I'm just thinking today I would have had the Radio Shack DX394 in my collection of radios. I would have loved that. I can tell you that. Different Gear TV. Yeah, they're just like relaying their standard, TV TRT world thing, which is not, it's not what Voice of Turkey was before. RJ Dakota is showing manufacturers have sure designed a great radio. You're really making me want one of those so bad. The only thing that I will have still negative on it is, it's the shortwave receiver. Forget about putting an outdoor antenna. It overloads too easily. And even with the telescopic, it has a hard time. But it's going to get the signals you want. It's, I mean, it's for an hybrid. It's an hybrid thing. It's the first of its kind. I mean, we got to give them at least a kudos. And look how proactive they are. Look how Paul is giving me these really nice little eyes, like closing slowly, like saying, "I love you," while looking at me. Paul? Yeah. Yeah. Here, look at that. Let's put it back there. Whoops. Here's Paul. Here's Paul. Huh? Paul the cat. Hello. Tell hello to everybody. Hey, Paul. Yeah, look at that. That little love you. He loves you guys. He says that he loves you guys. He's really, really. So it's okay radio. It's not the best in the best, but if you have it for Michael Mora for a low price, go for it. RJ Dakota, telenovelas, Mexican soap operas, basically. Some were really intense, yeah. So, Man Reader the Extra for the FT8 fund. So hopefully on Wednesday we're going to make contact, Man Reader the Extra. It's going to be nice. Mag WX50, the Police were my favorite band too. I had all of their albums, but never got to see them in concert. Saw them twice. I saw them at the original concert when they had Synchronicity album, and they split. And I saw them when they reunited again, somewhere in the early 2000s. I don't remember which year. Matt says, I wanted to see the Police, but Mom wouldn't let me go. I missed U2 at Red Rocks for the same reason. But did see them in 85 on the Unforgettable Fire Tour. Oh, that's cool. I was so happy to see U2 on the Joshua Tree Tour. And he had a broken arm. Because if you guys remember, on the Joshua Tree Tour, I don't remember which concert, he fell down the stage. He fell down the stage and he broke his arm. So when he was in Montreal, he had a cast in his arm. Get Close. Thank you, SWAT Cuts. It was the album Get Close. That's the concert I saw of Pretenders. It was pretty good. Craig Martinetti saw Bon Jovi twice in a week in the Meadowlands in New Jersey. I saw Bruce Springsteen twice in my life. I saw so many concerts. I saw Melissa Etheridge, which was amazing. I saw... What did I see? Duran Duran. I saw, I don't know. I have of course, Bryan Adams. I saw Bob Dylan. I saw. I'm trying to remember the concerts. Mad Radio DXer says, I remember the story you said of the Pretenders concert when some of the punks in front of you were there supporting the act of Iggy Pop. When the Pretenders came on, they walked away. Yeah, that concert was great. Because the first act was Iggy Pop, and it was a lineup in front of me, and the seats, and they were all punk. They had the punk look, everything, and all they wanted to see was Iggy Pop. They didn't care one freaking moment for Pretenders, and it was just so funny because Iggy Pop came on stage. And I still remember being so amazed because he sang China Girl that David Bowie had sang. And I didn't know back then that actually he was the guy that wrote China Girl for David Bowie. And of course, Iggy Pop has this big, bass voice. So, I mean, China Girl sounded as good as David Bowie singing it. But I remember when he left... all the punk that were in front of me in the row was like, the hell with it, we're gone. We're here only for that. And the other thing that was funny is that when Pretenders came on stage, Chrissy Hine just kneeled down, kissed the stage, and said, I have to kiss the stage that Iggy Pop was on. And the other interesting fact on that show was she lost an earring. And when she lost that earring, She was, the guitar that she had a big chrome part on it, which was very kind of almost like a mirror. She was actually looking into a guitar to try to put back the earring on her ear. It was just so funny. So, anyways, but great memories, great memories. One of the best memories of Sting, I saw Sting when he had the album Nothing Like the Sun. And he had all of these great musicians like Branford Marsalis and so on. And on stage, there was like a lot of musicians. It was the best Sting concert. I've seen Sting many times. That was the best Sting concert ever. And it was so cool. So cool. It was we had a winter storm that night. And I remember big winter storm and everybody going to see Sting at the Forum. Back then it was the Forum. I guess 88, 87, 88. Oh man, that was a great concert. I will always remember that concert of Sting. Mr. Songro, regarding pizza, the local weirdness I sometimes go for includes banana and curry. Italians' minds are blown. Kebab on the pizza is another one. Yeah, well, there's a lot of stuff. I saw a pizza place the other day that had so many different toppings that I've never seen before, and I was like, wow, really? But I'm curious. I might try it sometimes. Jay Watterson, the karaoke girl, probably related to female park officer. Man, yeah, it's like, the funny thing, you know what, Jasmine, is like, because she was a great singer, and she had these songs that I would not hear from anybody else, and I would sometimes it was actually a mutual thing. She would always ask me, like, can you sing some Billy Idol because you do it so well? And I was like, yeah, fine. And which song? I would always ask her, which song? Tell me, which one you want to hear? And at the same time, she was always like, well, do you want to hear something? It's like, yeah, I want to hear, I want to hear a few songs. It's like, so we would kind of, and it was interesting because I could feel that she was like kind of feeling kind of outcast of all of it. And it was like, well, who cares? Who cares about the way you dress, the way you're a great person. You sing amazingly well. It's like, I don't care. KW61 says, Jill, I feel for you my first trip to the Grand Ole Opry in 70, sitting in the balcony of the old Ryman Theater. We could see ants. Ants are singing for us. SWAT cats. It's so hard for me to adopt 2 girl cats after what happened to Abby. You got to move on. That's the thing about animals. I mean, I don't even want to think about the day Paul the cat is going to be gone from my life. I will cry my heart out. I know. But sometimes, sometimes having another cat is a way to heal also. But we also have to remember one thing. Whatever other animal you adopt, if it's another cat, never think it's going to be the same as the cat you loved. If I would have another cat after Paul, it won't be Paul. He would not react like Paul. It is not Paul. It's a new cat. That also something you got to understand. What else do we have? Jean Arash, if you can use CW, how is it that you can't translate from one language to the other? Aren't dots and bars some form of language? It is. But then again, to become a good CW guy, if you want to decode CW in your head easily, it's like a language. Your brain thinks in CW, doesn't translate it. Mike B, saw Pearl Jam, Nirvana, Red Hot Chili Peppers, at LA Sports Arena in 91. $35. That's good. Yeah, maybe I should check out other browsers and see. Dan V, bonjour. Nice to have you here from Ohio and AWJZ. Mr. Stone, the tabs have gone, from 300 to 3 gigabytes. Yep. Ricky Long, it might be the YouTube chat taking up the RAM. I was pushing 7 gigabytes earlier using a different browser. Wow. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Jasmine Todd, I hear stories of people like my dad who met David Grohl back in when he was in Nirvana. Helped him carry some drums. Yeah, Blogger died, the DX394, very attractive looking radio. It is, absolutely. Absolutely. I wanted one of those back in the day, but I didn't want to pay the full price. And unfortunately, the only time it was at a decent price, I didn't have the money for it. RJ Dakota, remember minimum wage of around $175 an hour. Minimum wage, my first job was minimum wage in 87, and it was $3.85 an hour. I still remember my first paycheck, $155 for a week's work. How pity and crappy that is. Dang. Jasmine, he's so cute. Yeah, the slow wink. That slow wink. Yeah, it is a nice radio. RJ Dakota. Did a cat smile. Now he's back to sleep like nothing ever happened. Matt says saw Nirvana in 89, a coffee house in Boulder. 35 people in attendance, $5. Wow. Kevin, hey Joel, if you like Melissa Etheridge, she has a YouTube station. During the recent pandemic, she did a YouTube acoustic shows every week. I'm sure you can still easily find on YouTube. Yeah, you remind me of that. I remember she did these things. A few artists actually went on and did these YouTube presence, like to try to cheer up everybody. I love Melissa Etheridge. I saw her twice in concert and never was deceived. I mean, it was like really cool. Matt says China Girl, co-written by Bowie and Pop, and was recorded on the Bowie produced Iggy Pop album The Idiot first. Bowie redoing it probably made Iggy more money than anything else in his life. Yeah, probably because I mean, became a big hit because of him. Dave watched Alice Cooper 71 at the movie theater in Alexandria, Virginia. Oh man, we had a that's the little bad side that I have. So we had a dollar theater. I don't know if you guys ever had something like that in the U.S. I would guess maybe in some of your places. So there was a standard theaters where would pay to see movies, but about 5-minute walk from where I lived back in my teenage years, we had what was called a dollar theater. You could see an older movie for $1. And I mean, like, you could have a Coca-Cola for $1, a popcorn for $1, and it's like, so you had a great time for like very little money. And so one afternoon, I go to school, to high school, with one of my friends, and at noon, I tell him, I said, they're playing Pink Floyd at Pompeii for $1, but only this afternoon. And this afternoon is gym class. Would you be willing to just like skip gym class and let's go see Pink Floyd at Pompeii at the theater? So he looks at me and says, well, I don't have $1 to pay. I said, well, I got $5 on me, so I'll pay for you. And we'll share the popcorn, you know? So we'll share the popcorn and the Pepsi. It's like, you know. So he's like, okay, if you don't mind. I said, no, let's go. I don't want to go to gym class. I want to go see Pink Floyd at Pompeii at the $1 theater. So it's like we skipped class, and I remember the week after, it was such a joke. Like 10 days after, I don't know when gym class came back. It was like every 10 days or something here, the way it was. She's like, where were you last? You got to explain where you were last gym class. And I said, I was at the theater watching Pink Floyd at Pompeii. And she's like, we're going to tell your parents. And I'm like, so? Tell my parents. I don't give a damn. So they called my parents. My mom answered. And so like, well, you skipped gym class to go see Pink Floyd at Pompeii. And my mom said, that's okay. I got no problem with that. So it's like, what if, what do you want to do? Come on. Unfortunately, my friend got in trouble, though. And that was my fault. I felt bad about it, though. It was like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Aubergine on pizza. Huh? Household Records. Okay. What else we have? King Crimson on the same venue. Madrid DX, my era of music is the 80s, but I don't like concerts. The only group I would have liked to have seen live is The Police, as I have most of their albums on vinyl. What else do we have? Darren Rogers, nice to have you here from Long Island, New York. Jasmine, you must sing a Billy Idol for us. Well, if I do, it's going to trigger the copyright strike on my channel. I did it on my other channel once because somebody asked, and it was like, oh, copyright strike. But yeah, I would have to do it. I have a channel, like a basic channel where I have some karaoke stuff. I would have to do it there because it's not monetized and I don't care. KW61, first official job, $135 an hour and 76. Wow. I mean, that's just exploitation. Crazy, eh? Sweatcat's best concert I have been was Rush, Snakes and Arrows tour back in 2009 at Ford Center. Sheila, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. Pretty cool. Nice to have you on board. Let's go down. Let's go down. See what's out there. So, Mike B, Northeast Ohio, pierogi pizza is popular. Well, that I would try, actually. That I would try. Don Royal saw Styx when the group was first starting. They were performing at high schools in Chicago. Wow. Mike B grew up in Southern California when we could go buy our own tickets at the box office. It was less expensive. When Ticketmaster came into the situation, yeah, that changes everything. I remember waiting in line for hours to get tickets. Oh, man. Skyler Phoenix, Dollar Theater. Yes, so cool. RFPI, Radio for Peace International. Nice to have you on board. Don Royal says, at the older theater in Chicago on Saturday, you pay $1 and see old-time movie shows. Skylar Phoenix, unlimited draw your own butter for the popcorn at the Dollar Theater. Dave Bosch, Dollar Theaters. When I was dating my now very sadly deceased wife 32 years ago, we used to go to the Dollar every weekend. YZFR1 Biker, no, I never did see the Box in concert. That must be good. I would love to see them in concert. I'd love the Box. Yeah, but they, if you notice, Jasmine, is that their channel is not monetized. All the channels that you see with cover songs and with reaction videos, their channels are not monetized. They can't monetize a channel. They have other ways. They'll sell T-shirts or whatever. My channel is monetized, so it gets a flag on anything music that's a copyright. Doesn't love. I like a wide spectrum of music, but I've never liked going to concert much. Crowds make me nervous. Yeah, a lot of people are like that actually. VT Radio's going for dinner. Cool. Danny Shortwave, the old Times Square. There was a movie theater that played old kung fu movies. Price was 4 movies for $3. Oh, man. Matt says, Rush was one of my favorite groups before I became a punker. They vouch for electronic music purists. Karlstein Stalkosen. Okay. I'm going to see Kraftwerks in February. No, in March. At the Place des Arts here in Montreal. These guys are old. They're not all the original members, but it's going to be cool. Oh, I'm sure the Box must have been great, Biker. I'm sure. Ricky, music on Shortwave is kind of wonderful. Sure, the lyrics have words, by the melodies are an accessible, non-verbal means to learn about another culture. Yep. JK, nice to have you here. Saw Springsteen here in Springfield, Massachusetts in 74. Oh, man. RV Funkenstein, nice to have you here. Yeah, one original member. And so that's going to be interesting. I mean, that original member must be like 75 or something. I mean, that group has been going on for like 50 years. It's crazy. It's going to be nice. It's going to be nice. I'll drive in theaters. Yeah. Matt Extra, I would also like to see Kraftwerk being into electronic music, close as I've been to. Oops, moved up fast. Okay. So Kraftwerk's cost $77 to see, which is in the price range I'm okay today. But yeah. Slayer, Megadeth, and Anthrax. Oh boy, might be. Lexi Crafters, I am to electronic music. Closest I've been to was Jean-Michel Jarre concert 30 years ago. Yeah. I saw them, RV, just after the pandemic, when things started to come back. I saw them. This was my first contact where I got COVID. I saw them with Sheldon Harvey in 2022, 3, somewhere there. And a week later, I had COVID for the first time in my life. But that was good. Wow, the UK did not have a minimum wage law until 1998. You know, here in Quebec, we had a minimum wage law for a long time, but it was stupid because for years they didn't raise it, or they rose the minimum wage like for a nickel or 10 cents an hour, which was the biggest joke that you could have. And I remember being minimum wage, and I'm like, are you you think giving me 10 cents an hour raise is decent? It's not even decent. It's stupid. I got out of that because I finally found a job that was they would pay more because they wanted to have good people. But it's it was such a big joke. Such a big joke. Today, it's more here in Quebec, the minimum wage now is close to $15 an hour. Okay, that's better. It's still, considering how high the cost of living is, but still, it's a better jump than the shitty minimum wage back in the 80s and 90s. So at Gas, my latest concert was Windrose, is an Italian power metal band. Oh, interesting. Interesting. RJ Dakota, music on shortwave was kind of a wonderful thing because of all the various cultures and different kinds of pop and other influences in music. Absolutely, we heard a lot of stuff which we would not have listened to or heard ever if it wasn't for the radio. A Kraftwerk pocket calculator. Wow. Danny Shortwave Radio DX, nice to have you here. Says, still have a couple of Kraftwerk vinyl from the 80s. Of course, it had to be Numbers and Computer Love. Oh, okay, you mean for amateur radio transceivers, the amps. No, I don't have any experience with that at all. Yeah. And to COD, no, I've never seen Gordon Lightfoot in concert. It wasn't kind of what I was into. Mike Beeman, you text in passive loop is great. I have the antenna and radio and on a Lazy Susan. Cool. Kevin Michael, nice to have you here. Dave Vosh, still looking for tips on the Malahite DSP SDR5. Jasmine, Seattle's minimum wage is $20.76 an hour. Good luck surviving on that living in Seattle. Yeah, the West Coast particularly, you guys have very high living costs. Jean Arash, as of May 1st, 2024, minimum wage in Quebec is $15.75. There's an increase of 50 cents on the minimum, on the last. The problem is that we were too many years being cheap on making it higher. J1, Pennsylvania minimum wage, $7.25 an hour, which is less than half of New Jersey's $15 an hour wage. Incredible, eh? Imagine $7.25 an hour. How can you really have a decent life with that? You can't. You can't. Just crazy. So we are going to look at. I'm going to wait for Voice of Turkey to see, but they're probably still doing the Voice of Turkey World kind of TV thing. So it's kind of interesting to see what is going to be happening with that. Once again, I want to remind everybody, thank you for all the tips you have given me. If you want to do the Pizza Fund, you can also do the Pizza Fund with PayPal at the email address that I'm just posting here. This is, of course, going to help me not die of starvation until the next show, which is very important. And thanks everybody for the donations. Thanks everybody for being here. It's a great time for great moment that we have together. Sheila, my first job in '85 was at a boot shoe factory in Ontario, $4.74 an hour, in a unionized place. Imagine, yeah, because federal minimum wage at '85 was probably like $3 an hour, if not less. So you were in a job that paid more. My first job that I had that paid more than minimum wage, I bumped up the minimum wage at that moment was $5 an hour, and the job that I had found was $8.75. So it was like, yeah, it's an improvement. Audubon, yeah, RJ Dakota, Audubon and Mittmach, yep. Al Mesam, first job 73, $1.25 an hour. Imagine you wasted your life for $1. I mean, if you think about it seriously. These guys were so good at exploiting us. It's just crazy. Oh well. A lot of us went through that. We had to, for many of us. So, yeah, radioactivity. Well, the International Radio Report show, radioactivity is the theme that we start the show with from Kraftwerks. So this is what we do. Because it also says radioactivity in Morse code at the beginning also. So it's pretty crazy. So, apart from that, I wanted to talk about what I want to talk about. There's something I wanted to actually mention here and talk about. So, okay, first, Gone. There's the Mulsbrunn, Austria transmitter site that now is a forever gone feature. They've stopped on the 31st of December, and this is unfortunate because I think it was a great transmitter site, and I think in the times we are at, these should be kept, even if they're not working, just keep them in case we need to have something. Just in case. So we're in 2025 also. What radios are going to be surprising us this year? Every year, we start the year talking about new radios. And unless we have advanced announcements, last year, 2024, we didn't have any ideas of any new radios that would be on. And then, poof, Codescend DX286. Then, poof, Texan says, hey, we're going to do an S2200X. And you have these radios, and you're like, wow. And then you have Shyang with that hybrid smart radio, shortwave radio. It is very, very interesting that all of these companies are still want to make these radios today. And that means people are buying them, because they wouldn't make radios if people weren't buying them. It's very, very interesting. Swatcast, my first job paid $10 an hour filling bags of seeds for wild birds in '85. Wow. Jaywin, takes $40K a year to live in an attic or garage in the Philadelphia area. Takes a lot of money here. The rents and have been going very, very fast, and higher and higher very, very fast. We've gotten into some moment where it's like in the past 10 years, rents have doubled easily. and it's something. We're seeing in Montreal for the first time. There's always been, people living in the streets, but I don't think we've ever seen as many of them. Some of them are like building tents in parks, and of course every now and then the police is just going through that, and I'm always thinking, I know it's dangerous, I know there's a potential danger. At the same time, it's like you've got people that have nowhere to go, and we don't put the money to have resources for them to help them. How about just leaving them alone somewhere and just observing and making sure that, things are quiet? But it's a complex, we're getting into a complex world. And, we got to think about it, how fortunate we are. We have the luxury, and it's a luxury, guys. We have a luxury of saying, hey, I'm buying this new radio today. We've got to think about how fortunate we are, and how our lives are not at all like the ones of a lot of people that are just struggling every single day. So let's be happy about our own lives and how it's going. I mean, it's something. Cheers. What else do we have? Let me just go down. Steven Hopper says, my first paycheck was an active duty military in 72, was $300. Beam C Bike, nice to have you here. From Switzerland, I believe. LVR Steelworks, my first job paid $5.25 an hour, and that was in 2002. I was happy to have it. I was a kid and just wanted to have some money to buy a PlayStation. Yep. Ricky, have to step away now. We'll catch the rest of the show. Merci. Take care, Ricky. Always nice to have you on board. Matt, my first job in 86. Minimum wage, $3.25 an hour. But I was 16 and it was full time. So it was good money. John Vargas, yeah, don't think of the LC on 100 for probably quite a while right now. I think they're focusing, and their main focus actually is really to. Oh, this is. I'm not gonna go down. It's not worth it. But it's an Amazon. It's not a radio, guys. Don't worry, it's not a radio. I'll go and fetch it a little later. So anyways, the LC100, I mean, I've asked a few questions. They're not really answering much. So I think right now what they are focusing on is fixing the LC90 to make it the best thing around. And when that is done, they'll focus on the LC100. But one thing of interest that they are actually working on, and I will get, I will get that in the and when it's available. They're soon to be releasing. So of course this is the internet radio, the AAW, and they're going to release a next upgraded version of this, and it's going to be a version that is going to have the internet radio part, of course, but also going to have the shortwave radio part, but like the Cortesen DX286. So what they're saying, according to their specs and according to what they're saying to me, is that it's going to be as good as the Cortesen DX286 on shortwave, on FM, on AM, but have the smart radio side of the AAW. So this is going to be interesting. If you can give me a quarter-cent DX286 performance matched with a smart radio, that could be a winner for them. So we're going to see what happens with that. RJ Dakota's song YYZ by Rush prominently displays the letters YYZ at the beginning of the song in International Morse code, symbol of for Toronto. So it's like one of the interesting parts of the song of the I like the B-52s, and Planet Claire is when it starts. The sound that you hear are taken off a shortwave. We have a sound which resembles a Stanag signal, and the Morse code from it says CFH, which was the Canadian Forces Halifax station that doesn't exist anymore on shortwave, but that was there back then. It was like repeating CFH. And it's like just so cool. Anybody that listens to Planet Claire on the first, when it just starts, you'll immediately listen and hear shortwave signals. That's what shortwave sounds like. And of course, they're taking that weird shortwave sound as they're going into the Planet Claire song. But it's kind of cool. What's the best hybrid shortwave radio? You mean in terms of smart radio and shortwave? There's nothing much apart from the Shyang LC90. Jim Gordon, first job paid £375 a week back in '66. Imagine. Scotland was notorious for low wages. Yeah. Marvin Motts, my first job, 50 cents an hour on a farm. Now I am back on the farm growing olives and avocados for 0 cents per hour, but eating well. Trans-Europe Express. Yeah, Kev Michael. Oh, man. What else do we have? Sheila says at least 1,400 homeless encampments here in Ontario alone. And imagine, here we don't have that much because every time there's an encampment, the police goes and just trashes it. And I'm like, why are you doing that? These people have nowhere to go. They're just going to go and build it somewhere else. When I see they do that, I've seen a report. We've got to be careful. I saw somebody the other day was saying was like they're just lazy. No. Okay? When your brain doesn't really work, when your brain has a problem, and I know what I'm talking about because I'm surrounded with people that have depression, you're not lazy. Okay? Your brain is a computer. If the computer doesn't work well, it has a bug. Stop thinking these people are lazy. They're not. There's just something here that makes them just have a hard time working in our own society. That was the Gilles moment of philosophy. What else do we say? Lucifer by Alan Parsons Project starts out with a bunch of Morse code. Yes, it does. It does. What else do we have? Let's go down. Radio Ditty as the AAW for $49. Well, I can tell you, for $49, you've got a decent little portable internet radio here. I've got to say. What else do we have? Matt says, Killing Joe is a song titled SO36 from the 1980, which features a radio German language broadcast of some sort. obviously recorded off the radio. It's in the background though, the song. It's like Pink Floyd's "Wish You Were Here," which obviously has an FM radio band scan in the background as it starts. I wouldn't be surprised that one of them is like a BBC outlet on FM or something before the song starts. Just kind of interesting. It's interesting, it's like when I started doing my tech duties in 2000. So my life changed for those. I don't think I've talked too much about that one. So my life changed a lot. And so from 95 to 2000, I got a job which is a pretty good high-paying job. I mean, minimum wage. Say minimum wage was maybe $6 an hour. I was paid 15. So, I was, but I was the boss of a bunch of people. And that place made lighting systems for different buildings around, like a lot of the buildings in Montreal, the lighting systems that actually they have were built at that place. And they hired me because I had electronics background and I knew how to read schematics. So what happened is they hired me, and I was, but I was still very shy kind of guy. And of course that changed everything because I had to deal with the customers. We had US clients. You would not believe the amount of buildings in the United States and some of the big cities that are eliminated, that the lighting systems come from that little small company I worked for here in Montreal that still does it. They're still there. I was looking at their online website the other day. And it was it was small, but it was millions of dollars operation, and we would do all sorts of lighting systems for big buildings. And that job changed my life forever. I came from a shy little guy that did his stuff to the guy that's now the boss, has to deal with employees, but has to also deal with all the people calling back saying, hey, my lighting system has a problem. What are we going to do? So it formed my Gilles self that you see today. And I will always, and I say it all the time, I will always thank that company for changing who I am forever. I needed that push and kick in the butt to change who I was to who I am. Then I had my tech duties because when I left the company, I was treated like a king on that company, but it wasn't what I wanted. I was not happy. I would go to work, but it was a job, and so that's where I just, quit and did my own thing and my tech duties and all of that. Then YouTube, which I'm here. And so all of that came from that company. All of that was from that moment, that little 5 years, that just changed forever who I was. If you guys would have seen or would see today what I was before that, you would not be here watching me. I can tell you that. And I would not be here anyways doing a live show because I would shit in my pants. But, there's so much that changes the life of somebody and just makes it the way it is later on in life, It's just crazy. And I'm sure I had a point of view or something I wanted to talk about because of that, but I forgot. So anyways, cheers, everybody. And Voice of Turkey, 5960. You guys are hearing it? I'm going to turn on the Kenwood R5000 which I don't know if you guys are gonna be able to see. Oh, you see the, okay, let's do something here. If I move this, let's go down. Okay, it's right here below my, just next to my belly. Kenwood. Here's the Kenwood. And you don't see it much, but okay, let's go to 5960. 5960. It doesn't sound like English. 5960, Voice of Turkey. Because we know they're going to lose. They're supposed to stop the English broadcast. What are you guys are hearing on 5960? I mean, it's Turkey. I'm sure it's Turkey, but is it in English? I'm not sure. Let's check it out here on. I'm going to turn it on here. 5960. Well, yeah, I think it is in English, but it's not Voice of Turkey like we used to know. No, I'm not sending any SSTV, Chris, G7VEO. I've not. I need to set up SSTV to control my transceiver, and it's not yet set up. So I need to set it up. By the way, thanks everybody for sending me donations for the pizza fund. Much appreciated, and for everything. Mike B, I guess I'm pretty sure they probably do. Where I can put like meat sauce instead of regular pizza, regular sauce. Yeah, they probably would do it. I could check it out. So anyways, I need to set up Chris so that my SSTV works. So oh yeah, I know what I wanted to say, by the way. When I started my tech job duties, I had to send up ads everywhere. And one of the things I would do is load ads in a backpack, and I would go and put ads in mailboxes around town. And it's about the time when there was a song that was that they were talking about AM radio. I don't know what the band is about, what the band name is. I don't remember, but they were talking about how they would listen to music back in the day. And that they would listen to the AM radio. And I thought, wow, this is such a cool song, which is like, it's exactly what I would do when I was young. I would listen to the music on the AM radio. What else do we have? RJ Dakota. Just before Radio Australia left the air, maybe a few weeks before, the intro tune to the main newscast was the first notations from Here Is the News by Electric Light Orchestra. Oh. Matt Beauty Extra, I think the intro in Wish You Were Here includes BBC Radio 3, which is a cultural and classical music station. Just a guess, though. Yeah, it's like we don't know. But obviously, that part they go to where it's talking, the first thing I always think is that must be a BBC outlet. I wouldn't be surprised it's a BBC outlet. Matt got a little signal on 5960. It's too early on 49 meter band there. K61, Voice of Turkey, just above the noise floor in Tucson, Arizona. Okay, John. So in English, 5960. Yeah, if I do FT8 on certain frequencies, it will crash my stream. It depends on the frequency we're going to choose. Scatter Phoenix, nothing on 5960 in Colorado Mountains. RJ Dakota, Turkey is relating their local TV or radio station. It feels, it's the TV sound. Everybody's saying it's the TV sound, and they say it's sad because there's a lot of reference of what it should be, but like you can't see it. Blogger Die 5960 English, ATS 25 Max Decoder, telescopic. Jasmine not hearing 5960. So Frank V 5 signal here on my meter 5960 in New York State. Francis Moore 5960 Turkey broadcast in English in Birmingham in the UK. Jean Arash 5960 in English. I'm using the Kiwi SDR from Ottawa. Loud and clear. Craig Martinetti misses the HCJB, the voice of the Andes. Mary Vella, what the song yesterday was When I Was Young by the Carpenters. Mike B. Everclear is the band who did the song about AM radio. Okay, it's Everclear. I never heard the name of the band. The song about AM radio. But it's a good song. I mean, for anybody like us that listen to music on AM radio, it really represents what we did. Listen to music on the AM radio. I mean, that's what we did back in the day. Yeah, Mexican radio. Cool song, talks about eating barbecue iguana. And yeah, Mexican radio. Mr. Stongrove, 5960, sounds like English in Stockholm. Francis Moore, thank you so much for the tip. Much appreciated. So, yeah. You know, using the Kiwi SDRs is fun sometimes to do things. I was tuning around the European medium wave band a few weeks ago on a Swedish Kiwi SDR, and it was kind of really, really cool. Man, all the diversity, it's so different from here. MDK2, there were all kinds of cool radio team songs way back. Radio, Left of the Dial, Radio Song, REM, Mexican Radio. Queen has Radio Gaga. John Zorella, 59 Central New Jersey, 5960. Steve DX1 says 5960 fairly well in Southeast Georgia. Wavescan booming on 5950, which is a great show to listen to for broadcast. Hen Freelangi, nice to have you here from Scotland. Blogger as I understand it, CJB has now reached beyond Australia. Yeah, pretty much. They've actually, the transmitters that reach beyond Australia are mostly the HCJB transmitters that were in Quito back in the day. A lot of them. I mean, it's very, very interesting when you hear the story behind it. Turn your radio on. Yep. Life is a rock, but radio rolled me. Song on the radio, Al Stewart. There's a lot of radio team song. I mean, it's such a big part, especially there was such a long time when, how did we discover music when we were young? Radio. When I was a teenager, I would tune in my favorite radio stations. That's where I heard all the greatest, newest hits and the newest bands. And then, of course, in my generation came the video music channels. You know, here in Canada, my first take, because you guys in the US had MTV, which came quite early, like in '81 or something. But my first take on music videos was in a show. On cable, there was this kind of community channel that you'd go to, and there was this unknown DJ called oh man, what was his name? It's darn it, forgot his name. Anyways, he was unknown, and he had his first music video show. And I remember that's where I discovered so many artists. I discovered Billy Idol and so on. And I was like, wow. And he became a famous DJ and a famous name here in Quebec, Claude Rajotte. After that, like, community cable show. And then we had Much Music here in Canada that, like, I remember, God, I was glued to the screen. I remember I was probably asking my mom to subscribe to Much Music, like, every single day. I never won. I never got it. But, oh boy, did I want Much Music. It was like, oh, this was so cool to have a 24-hour music channel. Can I get iguana on my pizza? I don't think they have iguana. I really don't think they have that. Oh, man. Harvey Frankenstein says, I remember listening to John Peel on the BBC Shortwave. Jasmine, there are some drum and bass songs which have samples of UK FM pirate stations. Yeah. Kevin Michaels is listening to National Radio Auckland, New Zealand on 1503 kilohertz. Richard Wagner, 5950, talking about Turkey. There's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. On the rash on cable, I remember Géo Giga. Ghost, XX Ghost, Le Cimetière des CD. Yeah. Oh, man. Michael, nice to have you here from New Jersey. Yeah? Starting to get long. I usually keep it long in the winter because it helps when it's cold outside. But, James Blungett, I also have an FTD X10. I just wondering what brand of monitor you use with yours. It's the monitor that's right there is an Asus monitor, and it is the one that had a DVI. You know, whatever. I went on Amazon. I looked at what monitor still has a DVI connector, because you have to have a DVI connector for the FTD X10. So I saw this Asus slightly curved. It's a curved monitor, by the way. It might not show that much the way it is, but it's a curved monitor. So 24-inch. And I thought, well, that would do the job. And with it, I purchased a DVI cable. Got to be very careful in buying your DVI cable for it too. It has to be a really good quality DVI cable. You cannot put adapters. Doesn't work. It's very straightforward. It has to be a standard good DVI cable with the monitor and a DVI connector. If you try to take a DVI cable and put a DVI to HDMI converter, stuff like that, does not work. You need to be DVI all the way. But that's an Asus 24-inch that had a DVI connector on it. Craig Martinetti, I went on an HCJB tour of Ecuador when I was a teenager, saw the HCJB compound, all the language departments. I was live on the air while I was there. This is cool. Cool. Matt, currently listening to Radio Stereo España 9690. That's coming in perfectly in Denver. Cool. Pretty cool. Well, no, I don't think I will be participating in winter field day. I've never done a field day, actually, so I would like to participate in something else. Right now the only contest I do is the CQ Worldwide SSB contest. But I'd like to do another one or do something else. So this is why I actually put the little mini PC that so this is, you guys, I think I showed you last week. This is the mini PC I was using to stream the shows before. It's right here. It's powerful enough to do pretty much everything on the amateur radio stuff. So now this is what controls my Yaesu FTDX10. And I want to do more diverse digital modes. Like WF7 and Umbro Bert also would like me to do that because you talked about it a few times that he wanted me to do more digital modes. And I'm in on it now. So I just need to set up FLDG to control the transceiver correctly. And I also want to do go back into slow scan. I did slow scan TV for a little while. I need to go back into slow scan TV and have fun with that too. So there's a lot of things I would like to do, and I want to diversify my amateur radio output also. Like FT8 is okay, but I'll be very honest, I'm very bored with FT8. And I'd like to be excited about something else in amateur radio. I think one of the things that probably would be interesting is to do other things. One of the things I want to actually force myself to do better and do more, calling CQ voice. We talk about it now. There's a lot of people complaining, saying, oh, well, that's why there was a comment this week. Okay, wait, before I continue. This is what I have left of beer. So, we will vote, and I already know the answer, But I just want it to be democratic, that we can vote on it. Do you want me to get another beer and continue this live show? Or should I just say goodbye and get my pizza? I already know the answer, but it's democratic. You have to, have people vote to see if yes or no, we should continue on the air. Jasmine, have you thought of doing satellite monitoring? Well, what type of satellite monitoring actually are you talking about? I like amateur satellites and stuff. And there we go. So the democratic vote is actually, right now, the percentage of more beer and more time is 100%, which is a lot more than any of the political parties in any country right now. So I guess I'm the winner of, why not beer and pizza? So, Blogger Dies wandering off. Más cerveza. Refill and continue is the, I like the phrase. It's like, so another beer, of course. So, okay, I'm going to go refill my beer, and I will come back in a few seconds. And we're going to talk amateur radio a little bit, and talk about a couple of things that happened this week that I don't like the phrase that was used, and I want to, so let's do something. So, let's put the soothing sounds of CHU. And, wow, it's not very strong at 3330. And let me come back in a few seconds. Oh, no more sounds. I think the battery was actually depleted. So there was no sound, but no, there is no toilet this time. I know you guys heard the flush and the everything goes with it. So here's the beer. Cheers, everybody. Paul the Cat, worried, looking at what are you doing? Why aren't you here next to me? And of course, cheers. Another little glimpse at our friend Paul here. Paul looking at it saying, hey, what's happening with this? What's this? What's this? Yeah, look at that little cat. Well, that's fat cat, but look how cute it is. Huh? How cute are you? Hmm? Yeah. Yeah, I know. Boo. So, Paul the cat saying, what's happening? What's happening? Okay, back to normal. Okay, thank you LVR Steelworks for the tip, much appreciated. Yeah, the battery, I don't know why it stopped. That's interesting.
25 minutes.
Oh, look at that. Battery looks full, but when the volume's high, it drops to 0. That's why. Need to charge the batteries. Okay, we're back for more. Okay, let's continue here. Jasmine, I'm in full range of satellite monitoring amateur stuff, decoding weather sats, listening to Brazilian pirates. So the Brazilian pirates on the 200 megahertz range, I don't really hear much of them here because I don't have the proper antennas, I guess, for that to be easy to listen to. I actually, you know what? I've never, and I would need to do that. I hear very well the weather sats on 137 megahertz. The low orbit weather sats, the NOAA 19 and so on. But I have never decoded a weather satellite picture out of them. I need to do that. That would be a good one. I also want to have one of those little portable, like, directional VHF antennas, VHF, UHF, because I want to make contact with, like, the repeater on the International Space Station, stuff like that. I'd like to do so. I see a lot of videos of people using just a 5-watt indie talkie, but with a directional antenna and just pointing. I'd like to do that, honestly. I would love to do that. So there's a lot of stuff I'd like to do on satellite. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's a lot of stuff I want to do. Okay. What else do we have? Drinking a cider. Cool, Jasmine. Kevin Michael would like to do satellite TV again. Yeah. A question I have for you guys. I saw the other day a bunch of, like a dish and a receiver and all of that in the trash. So I don't know if some of you might be knowledgeable enough to tell me, would I gain anything on picking up that small dish and a receiver? And can I do something with that? I have no idea. I have no idea. It's something I never looked into. So is there something that can be done with one of those receivers and antenna? I mean, it was all there, perfectly. You know, it like everything was with the power supplies, everything. It's like I could have just taken it, brought it home. I don't know, pointed somewhere and listened to something. Is there any use to that, or would I be wasting my time? Out of curiosity, because the reason I will also ask is that the local flea market, there's guys selling all of this stuff for like almost nothing. But you know, I'm just thinking, well, it's more stuff in my home which I already have too much of. Would there be any use for it? If anybody can answer that question, I would like to know. Pirate 6865, possibly in AM mode. Pirate, let's check it out. 6865. Is there anything here? Not much pirates from what I see here on the Kenwood right now. What else do we have? John Cat's on his lap. Sheila says, hey, Paul. More beer equal more time. It's an equation. Francis Moore donated a slice of pizza. Cool. Cool. Oh, I saw something I want to check. I saw the name. I'll try here on Wednesday for your streams. Maybe I'll be able to be on the air too. Still haven't made a SSB QSO with you both, only using FT8. Join us, David, Wednesday morning, 14:30 UT if you can. I'll do an FT8 with Man Radio the Extra, and we can do another one with you, David, in Barcelona if propagation's right, and I can try calling CQ on SSB voice and see if anyone, hears me and can answer back. Paul says hello back, Matt. What else do we have? Oh yeah, absolutely, Jasmine. I actually, amateur radio for me doesn't. I don't want it to be the basic boring. I don't want it to be just what it is right now. I want to be more than that. I mean, I'm a ham radio operator, and that's what I want to say. There was this guy this week that saw one of my videos, and obviously, I heard it. There's one of those hams in the U.S. that had his own political view of Canada and mentioned something, and it offended one of the viewers, and I was like, I could have removed that little part of the video, but it was like, just don't mind. Just it's 160 meter band ham, guys. So the comment that came back was like, well, that's where I stopped doing ham radio operation 30 years ago because of what just was said. And my reply back to that was, well, that's the reason you should not stop doing ham radio operations. To counterbalance what you don't like is on the bands. If everybody that is an amateur radio operator stops because what they hear is, bad, then what? You're going to let all the people talking about the stuff you don't like win? You can actually counter that by making your own net or your own conversations with your own people, finding a way to, talk about your stuff that you want to do. Because, of course, you'll hear idiots on the ham bands talk about stuff they don't know. Well, you're there and you're a ham licensed operator to balance that, to go on the air and do your thing and talk about your stuff. So I don't understand why people don't get that, don't grasp that, that moment of, well, yeah, but why are you focusing on the bad stuff? Why don't you do your own stuff? It seems like it's not a given. It's not something people are naturally want to do. It's like they're just like, oh, well, there's so much bad crap that I'm not going to do this anymore. That's not the way it should be. Why are you focusing on the bad crap? Just ignore the bad crap and do your stuff and make amateur radio interesting. You're the one in control of what amateur radio looks like. All of us licensed hams are responsible for what amateur radio looks like, what it sounds like on the band. If you let just the bad stuff and the crazy people and the idiots, then why are you a ham license operator? I mean, your responsibility is to, okay, well, there's that crap. And they're allowed. I mean, you can have the crap net every day. How about you do the anti-crap net or do something about it? This is where I have a hard time when people are just, oh, well, with all the stuff I hear. No, that's not a good response. The good response is I'm licensed. I don't agree with what that is. Well, I'll do my stuff and will make the amateur radio bands cool because I will not stop because of those people. It's interesting. People are just shying away of something because there's too many people not in agreement with what their own beliefs and their own way of doing things are. When in reality, if you have beliefs, if you have your way of thinking, you should have your own, way of being on the air. Not stop. We need people on the bands. We need to counteract all the crap that we hear. We need to make amateur radio less boring in conversations and a way to do stuff. But nobody really goes there. And so, we are all part of this. If you're a licensed ham, you have a responsibility to make ham great again in some way. Kevin Michael, on 810, no, I get WOR is the station on 810. I get a station from the US. They actually had a HD signal at some point. I think it's WOR. that I hear from the U.S. Here in Montreal. Tostinov, yeah, the International Space Station ad from December 24th all the way to January 6th. Slow scan TV pictures being sent. If you uploaded one of your pictures that you got, you would get a nice certificate at your name. They do that every year around the Christmas time. Yeah, we do have ciders here, but it's not something that's really taking on, though. Francis Morghetti Harrow, yeah, that's what I see a lot of hams that have that to do the stuff. Man Radio DX, if there are still analog satellite signals, then yes, it is of use. Yeah, there's Sierra Oscar 50 still in work, analog. There's the International Space Station that has a repeater. There's a few of those satellites that do have still analog stuff. I'd like that. I'd like to play with that. Matt, I was talking about those small satellite dish with the decoder that people would have in their homes to listen to satellite TV. I was seeing one in the garbage the other day, and I was thinking, is it of any use? If I would pick that up, can I? Is there something I would be able to get? It's just crazy. So Jean Arash, are you talking about the Shaw type? Yeah, that like it was probably like a bell type thing here. Is there anything you can do with that? I was just curious. There's not much you can do with some of the providers, decoder and small dish. Okay. Because I know there's free stuff. I was not long ago, about a month and a half, I saw something of somebody here in Montreal that were receiving still some free over-the-air satellite transmissions from foreign countries, and I was kind of curious. Kevin Michael, VHF and UHF is dead here, only air and marine only VHF. David Barcelona says, here in Europe we're under the footprint of the QO100 satellite, which has a narrowband transponder for SSB CW signals. David, 2.4, okay. KU, thanks so much for these regular Saturday lives. This is Kevin from Detroit. Take care. Take care, my friend. It was nice to have you here. David, yes, Joe, let's see what we can do, hoping HF conditions are favorable. So we all three have a date. Wednesday, 14:30 UTC. And we will try to make contact. 10 meters or 12 meters. Anyways, I'll be on the stream of... we'll be on the stream here of Man Radio DXer. And we'll check out how we can do things. It'll be interesting. See if we can make... Because you and me, David, we did a FT8 already. A voice is a bigger challenge. Welcome back, VT Radio. Nice to have you here, Paul. Well, that's the thing, is that, Jasmine, you can't think about that way. You have to be a ham because you're going to do your own thing. You want to try things and have fun with that, you know? Yeah, 14313 and 7200 are both like that. Max Headstrong, can tell you that. Israel, nice to have you here. Has been a shortwave listener since 1970, like unusual. Also, pirated over 200 countries on 11 meters. Cool. Cool. Marga, make amateur radio great again. We have the Marga here. What else we have? Matt says, when I'm back on the air, I want for you and I to do a regular SSB contact. That would be our own little contribution to your vision there. That would be actually great if we could not only do that, but if we could bring in even a couple of other hams from here, what I do, and do kind of a cool, thing together. It'd be nice. Maybe we could do a shortwave net or some sort. And, the idea of Bert, the WF7i Homebrew, was one of the founders of the idea of a shortwave net dedicated to the channel and to what we do here. I think that could be cool. I think it's the biggest problem is our setup, the setup that we can have. If I had a big tower with a kilowatt of power, I'd have no problem. I would kill with that a shortwave net, But we have our limitations. SSB is a rough thing for us. But you know what? Yeah, that would be great, actually. Oh, it's on 710. Okay, Bob Lewin, thanks for the correction. So I hear something on 810, says 710. Thanks. I mixed in 810 into 710. So I hear something on 810, but I can't say what it is. I don't have a recall of what I would hear. I'd have to check it out. SWAT Cats and amateur radio always go for more wallpaper. I have plenty of wallpaper in my listening post. Kevin Michael, I get on the ISS feed via the internet. MDK2, yep. I don't know how those dishes resonate. Yeah. And I know that the decoder that comes with them is also important. It has to be probably like open, because I know that they're kind of locked down usually because of the different companies that give you the satellite service. So I don't know. Danny, shortwave, and radio DX. You can listen to audio channels on satellite like Galaxy 19, mostly foreign channels. So how would I do that? What would I need exactly? Because, okay, I'm going to tell you why. The flea market, not far from here, there's one guy that has all of these things. He's got tons of dishes of all sizes. Maybe I should ask him, because he probably knows a lot. But it would add some kind of interesting new, I'm always curious about new ways of doing things, new outlets. What can you do exactly? Every time I do something new, I kind of excited again. It kind of brings me back to, oh, this is so cool. I've never done this before. So maybe I should ask that guy at the flea market, because he probably knows a lot more than I do. Well, he does know a lot more than I do, I guess. See, Marshy, do you do Morse code? I'm very slow at decoding it with my brain, so I'm not yet there. I would like to get a little more out of it. By the way, guys, just seeing it here, I got these in the mail this week for a return to get a QSL, because I made a contact with this guy and he sent me a very nice QSL here. So I'll be sending him QSL back. So yeah, so Morse code for me is a slow thing. I need to brush up to kind of. It's like we were talking about languages earlier. My Morse code language is still in the I have to translate each letter, which is not good. Jasmine, maybe when some of those guys age out, I might reconsider. No, there's a lot of young people, Jasmine, in amateur radio. This is the way you should not be. So think about it, Jasmine. If everybody your age thinks like that, then we will never have fresh blood to do new ideas and new stuff. And this is where it shouldn't be. This is where it shouldn't be. You should be thinking, I will be, and we'll see. Okay, Michael, Gilles Shadish can work if the low noise the NB is charged. Okay, well, I'm going to check it out. I'm curious. I'm very curious. Danny says, I will try to be on that morning on 10 meters FT8, maybe SSB. I have to make a note. We'll try. We'll just try, and we'll see. So we'll start with the FT8. I'm gonna be there 14:30, and who knows? Could be cool. Yeah, Spain is one of the easy countries for me. It's like, I don't know, because you guys are the coast, also probably helps a lot, with the ocean. But when we tried last week, Danny Shortwave, not Danny Shortwave, Madrid the Extra. We tried. He actually received my FT8 signal. So we were really close into making an official contact. So I think with proper propagation is going to work. So Manny Shortwave, as anybody actually that is a ham right here, right now, how about we invite them? Wednesday morning, 14:30 UTC. Okay? Wednesday, 14:30 UTC. 10 meters, FT8. And my call, of course, VE2ZZI. How about joining us? And maybe we can try single sideband voice contacts at the same time. So if you're out there, if you're free, let's all try it. As many people as you want. Everybody that's a ham, join us. That'd be cool. Okay? What else do we have? Here there's Kev Michael. Here 2 meters and 70 centimeters is rather quiet. Not totally dead, but definitely not that great either. So definitely I mean, since the scanner craze, everything went together, it seems. Scanner craze of the 80s. Scanner craze of the 80s, 90s. 2 meter amateur radio contacts, 2 meter activity peaked at the same time of the scanner craze. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but it seems like the scanner craze pushed a lot of people into, I want to be a ham radio operator. But most here in Canada, the first license gives you access to back in the day gives you access. If you're not capable of going to the higher license with honors, the most basic of licenses gives you access to VHF only, VHF, UHF. So I guess a lot of people weren't just there. And man, the activity on the VHF, the 2-meter band, UHF 70 centimeter band, was amazing. I miss one particular thing that happened twice. AM radio operators getting together and putting up a repeater on a weather balloon that was sent 100,000 feet high, making contacts. Man, that was amazing. I remember the funniest thing. When the second time they sent a balloon up, and we were hearing these contacts from the US and from New Brunswick and from everywhere. I wish I was a ham back then, because, man, that was so cool. There was a employee of a public transit system here that was actually, he's an inspector, and he was doing inspections that day, but he had with him a little handheld so he could actually make the contacts. And he would be also on the local repeater. So at one point he gave his location, which was 10-minute walk from where I was. And I remembered walking. I had my scanner radio. I had a Pro 43, Realistic Pro 43 in my hand. And I walked up to his car, like I knocked on the window and looked at me and says, yeah. And I showed my scanner radio and said, well, I heard you, on the repeater saying that you were here. And he was like super happy. He was one of those really cool, very nice guys. And we talked about it. And actually we did a few experiments because he wanted to try something. And I miss the days of excitement. What happened to the days of excitement? What's exciting today? Can you guys tell me what's exciting today? This is where, I try to do stuff. This is why I'm here. This is why all of this exists. Can we get all excited again about radio? Can we do stuff and just be like, wow, I'm just amazed at what's happening right now. This is why this is here. And this is why I want to continue this. Because the day I get bored with radio, I hope you guys don't wish this is going to happen. Because the day I get bored with radio, all of this disappears. Because I won't be there anymore. But for me to be here again, something new and exciting needs to happen. Regularly. I'm tired of the negativity of there's less stations, there's this and there's not that, and that station gone away. It's like, I don't care. We have to make our own fun and our own hobby great by just searching for new stuff, changing the way that we think. Oh, well, I don't have this anymore, but I'm going to try that. Utility stations, all of that. I became a ham partly because of the pressure of the channel. You should be a ham. Well, I'm a ham now. Okay? I'm even thinking about getting my advanced license, which I should actually do. I'm not that far. I actually went online to go to the question pool. I didn't pass, but I'm not that far. I got 49%. 49% means I have half of the baggage already there. And sometimes I even pass the 50%. I'm capable of going and get it. I just need to study a little. But you know what? This is the problem. I'm tired of, it seems only a handful of people is kind of pulling everything together. We need to be more. We need to be a bunch of people being happy and doing something together. It would be just what we need to keep not just the hobby alive, to keep our pleasure alive. Being who we are, radio guys and radio geeks that just are out there and having a lot of fun. And that's where I am still there after 40 plus years. You know? Let's focus on what could make it work and make things fantastic and great. What else? I'm gonna have to try it. 810. Let's just like right now. It should actually be. What do I have on medium wave here? 810. Nope. Right now I got nothing, but I will try 810 for sure. CKLW. Maybe I am hearing CKLW. For sure. So that was the radio preacher moment, by the way, guys. I'm the radio preacher. I'm not Brother Scare, I'm Brother... How do we call me? Brother Radio. Satellite TV receiver, C-band receiver with sub-carrier. Gear, be careful if you're going on the roof. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. Actually, we have abandoned dishes on the roof already here. Beam C mic on 10 and 15. Not allowed on 40, 20. Kevin Michael used to do sub-carry on audio on the C-band in the 80s or 90s. I've told you, I'll tell the story again because some of you might have missed it a long time ago. So when my sister was a ham, it's just the funniest story in the world. My sister was a ham, and she lived in Belleuil, Quebec, which is on the South Shore. And her neighbor had a huge satellite dish, and he would get all of these satellite signals, and he would be like the big fan of that. So one day he needs help, and he needs to actually they're kind of realigning the dish, and you know it's the 80s, like early 80s, you know, when we leave the 70s, when guys had these shorts that were shorter than, you know, it's like was the mini skirt of the shorts for men. And I don't know, we're like maybe 20 guys in the street looking at these 4 or 5 guys on the top of his house realigning the dish. And at one moment, I'm like, oh God. His balls actually and his penis fall out of the shorts. They're too short. But he's holding the dish with his 2 hands. He can't do anything about it. And it's like all of the street starts laughing. And he's like just cursing the F word at every one of us. Like, you know, I can't do anything about it. Yeah, just stop looking at my balls. I will never forget that moment. It was just so hilarious. And in the street laughing at him is like, oh God. It's like, yeah, next time maybe you should put a pair of pants or something. Or at least your shirt should be longer. Oh dang, that was so funny. David, pretty much at the same point as you are in my CW. I can't dedicate too much time to learning. I'm also very slow in the process. Let's see if one day I dare to get on the air and sweat. That's the other thing that we don't talk about much, because I was talking about something. So, later in May, we're going to have April. We're going to have the Shortwave Fest. And I'll be very blunt. There needs to be a dramatic shift in what that is. And I've actually pushed about a few things. So I'll probably have something that I'm going to talk about. But one of the things also that I'm tired of is, you know what? You got your ham license. How do you beat the shyness of going on the air? You talked about it so many times. Some people are on FT8 because they don't have to talk. There's no, you don't have to be worried. You're not going to talk. It's all right. But talking and somebody answering back, there's microphone, people are microphone shy. I mean, you don't want to go on the air. You don't know what to do. Morse code is partly that. There's a convention of sending out those letters and numbers and abbreviations. What's the first thing you're going to do even if you master CW right now, if I do this and we are masters of CW, are you going to go on the air? No, it's like okay, I know how to send CQ, but when we have a conversation, it's like, am I going to be correct or proper? Or, there's all of this tension we create ourselves of, well, maybe, I don't know, maybe my Morse code's not going to be up to par to the old timer that just answered that's been doing CW for 40 years. It's part of, there's a tension and there's a stress of doing this. I remember the first time I had a CB radio. I was stressed at going on the air and talking on a CB channel. You don't want to look like an idiot. You don't want to be that guy, that everybody talks about. It's like, oh, that guy, that guy. It's like, but then again, we shouldn't have that stress. And part of it is what? Yeah, we do have our ham courses that explains the grand life of amateur radio, and this is how it is. But it doesn't explain how to operate and be okay with how it is. My first contact, when I got my ham license on like early December of, what was it, 2022-ish? 21? 22? I don't even remember the year. My first ham contact, I was shitting my pants. Why? I mean, you're just calling CQ. And then I got this guy from Calgary, VE6CQ, Rick, that actually answers back. And not only answers back, it says, oh, you're the famous guy from the Shortwave channel. Why am I shy about transmitting for the first time? And the guy comes back and is like, oh, you're the famous guy from the Shortwave channel. I think he's shyer than I am, because it's like, oh, I just made a contact with the official Shortwave channel guy. It's like, it's all here, and we got to get out of that mold of always thinking things are complicated. They aren't. It's the same here. Some of you guys remember my first live shows in front of the dryer with the ICOM. I was shitting my pants. I was like, these guys are gonna watch me, and they're gonna look at me while I talk about something on radio. You feel like you're this big. It's like, You don't have the confidence. It comes with time. And I think we have to help each other in that. You know? You know what, David? If you get better at CW and I get better at CW, hey, we'll do a contact. It'll be less intimidating to beginners than maybe calling CQ and having this old timer that does it all the time. But then again, there are some great guys out there. Once again, we're talking about, my first contact. When I did my first contact, I did several of them. I came across a guy that we had a half-hour conversation. And I was not expecting that. I didn't feel like I wanted to have a conversation. I didn't feel comfortable. I don't know you. But this guy was like 80 years old. He actually told me he's 80 years old. And I was his last contact of the day, and we talked. And I told him, I said, well, I've just had my ham license 2 weeks ago. And today's like I'm having my first contacts today. And the first thing he came back is, I would have thought you'd been a ham for decades just by the way that you actually talk and the way that you handle a contact. You look like somebody that knows what you're doing. I never would have thought that you had your license 2 weeks ago. But then again, 40 years of listening to amateur radio operators prepares you, because you hear the way contacts are made. You hear the way things are done. You get into that, and it's like, okay, that's the way we do things. So, we just got to stop putting barriers, I guess. Texan PL to 680. Do you think LRA 36 National and Carnegie San Gabriel Antarctica would send a QSL card or EQSL? They send EQSLs. I mean, Morse code CW is a language. It's like learning a new language. Yeah, there are DMR repeaters in my area. Danny Shortwave. Today's balloon might get shot down. Well, they're weather balloons, so it's like they know that they should be there. No, because we are still sending out weather balloons. It's those are actually known, Joseph, Jill, you got many of us into shortwave. I'm always finding new radio stuff because of this channel. Jaspin, I hope you never get bored. No, I'm not going to get bored tomorrow, that's for sure. So, podcast, my location, I cannot place an amateur radio tower in the backyard that puts up to a field as power transmission lines. Our dot plus scanning was interesting. Cell phones and cordless phones were in the clear. Police, yeah. That was the glory days of scanner radio. They talk about glory days of shortwave. Well, that's the glory days of scanner radio, actually. Craig Martinetti, thanks, Joe, having this show every week. I really appreciate it. Keep the great work. Hey, it's cool to be here. Craig Martinetti, show brings, yeah. It's meant to be a bridge, actually. This show, I think, is a bridge. I don't always go into interval signals for a simple reason, because I could do that every week if I wanted. I don't want this show to be a nostalgic show. I want this show to be part, let's go in the past. From time to time, it feels good. But let's look at the future. This show is mostly looking into now and into the future. So it's a bridge. We have old stuff, but let's focus a lot on now and ahead of us. That's the radio hobby will have, and the radio hobby will have, depends on all of us and how we want to deal with it. Madrid the Xer, I became a ham because of the lack of stations left on shortwave and wanted to keep the radio hobby going. And yes, the excitement part, like in the 80s and 90s, is well gone. You know, Sheila Saw says, maybe I should become a ham. You should. You know what? And I'll say why Jasmine, Sheila, especially women, we don't have that many women in the hobby. And everybody else watching. You know why you should become a ham? Because I will tell you a few things about me becoming a ham. I didn't feel like I wanted to, ever. And I learned that when I got my ham license, I was wrong. Because when I got my ham license, and I made my first contact, and then a few more contacts, I understood that I should have done this a long time ago. I should have been a ham 20 years ago, 30 years ago. And you only learn that when you become a ham and start making contacts. It's as simple as that. So, all of you out there thinking maybe I should be a ham or the gun, you're going to be in the same situation. You'll get your ham license, you'll start making contacts, you'll start doing things, and you'll say, why didn't I do this before? And I tell you, it's exactly what happened to me. Why wasn't a ham 20 years ago? Now, I regret not being a ham and making contacts on the weather balloons. But I understand it. When do you understand it? You understand it only when you're there. As long as you're not there, it's like, well, I don't see the importance of why I should get a ham license. And it's something to shoot for. If your life is like, just standard life, you're okay, everything. It's a challenge. Get your ham license. There's a challenge to it. And I know a lot of people, and people watching right now too, I know there's a struggle. I've seen the struggle on when I did my course. There was quite a few people in the ham course, which was virtual. And what happened is there was quite a few people struggling. I could see they were struggling. It was hard. They weren't in the same. One was autistic and saying a hard time to grasp the feel and grasping what it's all about. And I think just putting it as there's a challenge behind it could be also a cool thing. I mean, even I passed easily. I knew I would, but it was still stressful. I was still like, I did the exam with the guy, and then he started, looking at what was my wrong answers and everything. Even I was not like, confident that, I'm getting it. I was like, yeah, okay, well, I could see him like, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. It's like, how many wrongs do I have now? And I think everybody, put it as a challenge, something in your life, a little something more that your life will have, a ham license. It's cool. It's radio. Even if you never use it. Because some will never. I'm pretty sure some hams got their license and never, ever, ever did anything about it. But he got it. Hey, you're licensed. I think it's Just go with the flow and do it. Go there. Do it. Do it. Stop thinking, oh, maybe not now, maybe not. It's like, do it. Just do it. Okay? Just do it. Take care, London, 19657. It's, Kid over 61, take care. Having fun. So, let me just go down a little faster because I've been really talking a lot. So Man Radio DXer became a ham because of the lack of stations and on shortwave and wanted to continue the hobby. Princess Moore tried to learn Morse code, however, being dyslexic was totally, I can think about it how it's kind of complicated. Yeah. Mike B, I'm new to this and tune in so I can listen and learn, appreciate your channel, videos, everything. Everyone in chat, new and exciting, and that's cool. That's what it should be. Brother Gilles and the radio show. Oh, it's WGY. That's it. Danny Shortwave. There you go. I got the answer. Usually 810 is WGY. You got it, Danny Shortwave. That's what I get here. WGY. Jean Arrache lived in Belleuil in the 1980s. Oh, really? My sister lived in Belleuil on Iberville Street, which is a street in Montreal, as you probably know. Back in late 70s to mid 80s. And that's when she was an amateur radio operator and as Victor Echo 2 Delta Papa Oscar. That was her call sign back then. Anybody that has an old call book from the 80s, you will see the name of my sister, Joanne, with Victor Echo 2 Delta Papa Oscar. Especially shorts, Jasmine. Especially Jasmine shorts that are just a little too short. It was like, I mean, the street was all just laughing like crazy, and he was swearing and swearing. Is like, well, I can't do anything about it. Go F yourselves, and it was just like, this is the funniest moment. Who wears short shirts? Yeah. Oh, man. Swatcast converted a direct TV dish to a directional 2-meter antenna. That's good. That's good. Danny Shortwave. Oh, man, that was just God. Mario DXer, I beat the shyness going first on DMR. Then, when I felt confident, I then did SSB. That's all right, Craig. Shortwave listeners is fine. Jean Arrache, shyness was a problem when I was in broadcast, but on any type of two-way radio, it wasn't a problem. Or dad, but if our cell phones ring and we answer and talk without being self-conscious, it's just a conversation. Matt, contests were my key to breaking microphone shyness. The real trouble I had was not knowing if I'd get sucked into a long conversation. That's still not what I really want in SSB contact. I talk well that way with people I already know, but not new folks. That's the thing. That's the thing. You know, I'll be very fair. Look what I do here. Should I be a shy guy on the microphone? I go well with a conversation that I was not intended to go through. But if I do a contact, I tend to not want that guy to start a conversation with me. You know, let's just do contact. I might not want to have a conversation. It's the way it is. But still, I shouldn't be shy about it. Because, you know, I mean, I adapt to the conversations. I've changed. But I don't know. It's the way it is. Finding a conversation. You know, look at an example of this. My caregiving duties now, who I'm taking care of is in a hospital, and there's a lot of people there. And I go to visit, but you end up kind of having conversation with people you don't know in an environment. And it's always something that is, you know, if I think all of us have that fear of, well, you know, what if I have to engage into a conversation with somebody I don't know? You know. Okay, December 2021. I didn't remember the year. I thought it was 21 or 22. I didn't remember which one. So thanks, Matt, for going to my Curiosat page. Jean Arash, have you ever been live on broadcast radio? That's a lot more frightening. Yeah, I was on, the Sunday morning CKUT show used to be live. So I used to be on CKUT 98.3 FM live on Sunday morning at 10:30 a.m. And I was for a month live on 103.3 FM, a station in Longueuil, Quebec, on an 80s show, participating live. Which, you know what, wasn't that bad for a reason. You don't see anyone. People are out there listening, but yeah, there's some stress on, well, you know, you're live and you can't goof up because people are out there listening live. Yeah, absolutely. Frank V says, my shortwave radio hobby started with Radio Shack back in the 80s, early 80s. Enjoy it. VOR International broadcast on 5950. Very clear tonight. Cool. Yeah, a CB rack sure did that does help. That does help. Absolutely. Well, I never answer my phone, so that fixes the problem. RJ Dakota still do a lot of shortwave listening, but it's more to private broadcasters and utilities now. Yeah, no drama here. This is why we have the best gang in the world. There's no drama here. It's pure fun, pure radio. As we have David, in my case on SSB, it's been an incremental thing. I remember the first days after actually receiving my license. It's like I was physically unable to press a PTT and talk. Then I got into Parks on the Air, SSB. My first activations were a bit of a mess, but after a few of those, I'd gotten more used to it, going back to QTH. You know, it's like when the first time I did my slow scan television broadcast. When you do slow scan TV, there's a progress, and it's like, okay, well, this is the way I have to process things to make back and forth slow scan TV contact. But it's intimidating because the first time you do it, you're like, I remember the first time I wasn't ready. I was like, wait, whoa, okay, you got to send a new picture now. It's like, okay, whoa. Put yourself a bunch of pictures and slowly go at it. And then I was like, oh, okay, I'm getting the hang of it. This is how SSTV works. I think we're maybe putting too much pressure on ourselves also. You know, ham radio operators on the other side that are making that contact, they're not necessarily, you know, they're maybe as stressed as you are and you don't even know it. But I don't know. And I think, let's face it, all of us have a weirdness on who we are and how we are in life. And radio is why we are here. That weirdness has sent us to the radio hobby. This is why we're here. This is why we listened. This is why we did, and we are who we are, and we do what we are. You know? I think we all have that little spectrum of, I don't know, autism, or you know, our brain is wired differently, and we are, and you know, we have to be happy. We have to just be happy the way it is, and that is part of why we have, or we might have, a problem communicating with somebody else that we don't know about. Some people do it like this. I've learned to do it. You know, that job I told you about that kind of changed who I am, made me, I don't know, it rewired my brain into easy conversation. Much easier than before. Before it was like, you know, I would not have become a ham, that's for sure. And I would not have talked to anyone. I would not be doing this. I think the fact that we are in this hobby, we are different. There's something about us that puts us in a spectrum of, yeah, kind of weird, but that's fine, and that's okay. I mean, if we all were the same people, the world will be freaking boring, you know? David says, yeah, it would be cool to be a newbie to newbie CWQSO. That would be kind of fun. It would be almost fun to record. But that would be, you know, we would actually be fine because it was like, okay, well, okay, that's the way it is, you know? RJ Dakota, as long as, let me just get that back. These companies exist that produce these small radios with shortwave. Will not be going anywhere anytime soon. Yeah, Kimberly, K6YYL. Absolutely, Jasmine. Go for it. Go for it. Sheila, if I can get my full driver's license at age 61, I should indeed try my ham license. Forget the driver's license. Get a ham license first. More important. You don't need a car. 61? Come on. Oh, man. It is fun to see ladies in the room. Absolutely. I mean, there's definitely, and making them feel comfortable too is important, because there's too many groups and ham, groups that are just like a little rough on why are you here? It's like, it's like, you know, oh, definitely. Your ham radio license, it's like a tool in your toolbox. Absolutely. Absolutely. Man with the Xer, I think the important thing is we should encourage and not push people into being ham. Oh, that's for sure. That's for sure. That's for sure. But I think that's where what I was saying about I didn't feel the need for it. And when I got it, I understood that I should have done it a long time ago. Is where it changes our mentality of, look, you know what? I got it now. And I did this, and I made contacts, and I made that. It's like, this is cool. I should have done it a long time ago. Jasmine, so here, guys, is what I've noticed. Because there are less women in the hobby, I've heard guys want to have conversations when the lady just wanted to make contacts, yo. Forget about the women guy thing, Jasmine. You know what? Do digital modes. We don't know who you are. There's no, no woman, man, alien thing, Actually, I want to make a contact with an alien. Jasmine, so yeah, FT8 would be cool, but just being able to make voice contacts without the other stuff would be too. But, you got to stop also thinking about that. I mean, there's people in their basements that have never seen a woman in their lives. And that's life. That's the way it is. I mean, I've gone through everything in life, so like I got nothing that will impress me anymore, pretty much. But yeah, there's when my sister was a ham in the 80s. She would tell me these stories about how she would get invited everywhere. It's like, if you ever come to, Venezuela, you should come to my place. And I was like, yeah, you creepy ham guy. She would show me conversation, because the way it would happen back in the 80s was so interesting. Because, I mean, in 1980, imagine my sister in 1981. You don't decode with anything. Morse code is you have your sheets of paper and you're writing down what's happening. And this is your whole conversation is written down with that other ham station. And sometimes she would take that book, because she'd have this thick book of these are the ham contacts this week. And I would start looking at it and I'm like, ooh, creepy guy. Okay. Oops, he's sexual. Oh, and it was really that. And part of the conversation sometimes are like, this is clearly going into I want to invite you in my villa in Italy because you're, yeah, it's like you don't even know what she looks like, first of all. It's like, are you alone and never had a woman in your life? What is that weird thing going on? So, definitely, women-man thing is complicated. Some men are complicated with women. You shouldn't stop there, and you shouldn't stop because of that. And you should just go for it, and that's it. But I remember I remember reading some of because she would give me the good ones. She was like, oh, look at this log, of what happened this week in amateur radio. I was like, okay. It's like because she was in CW, Morse code. Okay? And you got to know that. She was always in CW. And I was like, okay, is that like a CW hookup line? Everything happens. But you know what? She had the greatest time of her life doing that. And you know what? I'm sad. She had QSL cards. I'm sad I don't have. Oh man, I just noticed. How sad is it I don't have a official QSL from that day from her? The worst part, I think I did have one at once. What the hell happened to it? Oh man. That would have been something. I would have put it up here with pride that my sister was a ham back in the day. Oh, God. Life is something. At the Christmas reunion, we talked about things that were, I guess we're getting older. I don't know. We wonder about things of the past. And we went to a question which was very intense. But, we were drunk and we were like, I think it was 3 a.m. And the question that I got was, what's the moment that you had that you were, the saddest and that you cried your heart out? And I just said it. I said, when my sister died in 2011, even today, if conditions are right, and especially if I drink a little alcohol, I'll cry like a little baby. It's like it's one of the things I miss the most in all of my life. And she was a ham radio operator. We were planning to go to Egypt. We had money away. We had half of our Egypt. We wanted to be in Egypt for a month, which is a lot of money. We had about half of all the money put aside when the news came that she had breast cancer. And when things didn't go right, man, that was rough. I'll tell you that. The roughest moment I ever had, and that's why we all have to live our freaking shortwave dream and what we want to do and be a ham radio operator, not thinking about where or what the F is going to happen with it. You know what? Is when I was alone at the hospital room and my sister, looking me straight in the eye, told me I don't want to die. Hardest moment I've ever lived through in my life. So that's why we got to do what we got to do. We are here. Stop finding excuses for anything. Do the fuck we have to do. Okay? Oh, God. Marvin Motz work as electronics engineer at WRJB in Schenectady during my college days as part of a time job. Wow, that's cool. As a master control and flip switches. That's cool. Kevin, SSTV is a timeout on 14230 when you hear the signals come in and pictures unfold. Oh, it's super cool. It's super cool. Okay, my code is TV 14 to 30. Can hear things coming in. What else do we have? Sorry, I'm a little emotional here. Took a little time to process the emotions. John says 11 meters, a lot of skip today. Talked to Colorado and Michigan. Yep. Well, it's winter and the solar flux is very high, so you know. London 1960. Yeah, kind of speedos, kind of speedos. But it wasn't speedos. I think he had like these Adidas shorts that had these white stripes on each side, but there was too short. That's what he had. I remember those white stripes on each side of the shorts. It were just too small. Man. Hey, K6YYL, I'm Radio Lady. Hello there. Oh, there's some creepy ham guys. That definitely. Interstellar War Starman. I can tell you that. Yeah, all in CW, Jasmine. Imagine you're being sexually harassed in Morse code. It's like, yeah, it took him half an hour to tell me that he wants my whatever. Yeah. Francis Moore, such an interesting evening. Being a dyslexic introvert, it's good to get out and about this platform. I'm happy with my own company and have a girlfriend, but it's a good place. But you know what? That's where we are all at. I think we're all here because of a reason, and part of the reason is part of the way we are. We're all different, and everybody's welcome here. Everybody. It's like there is no dimension. There's no reason for not feeling comfortable here. That's the way it is. Huh, Paulie Cat? What do you think about it? I always tell Paul the Cat one phrase. I always tell him, my sister loved animals. She loved birds. She had a cat. She had a dog. And I always tell my Paul the Cat, I wish my sister was here to see you because she would love you so much. You know. So you're going to get a license, Jasmine? We're going to make some contacts. No creepy contacts with me. Normal contacts. Bob's Old Records. Creepy Ham Guy Central is 7,200. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's where it's happening. Oh, man. You know, there's old memories also at the same time. You know, I mean, it's that period of, I mean, you know, in the 80s, I'm getting my shortwave radio. My sister's got her ham station with a Yaesu. I remember it's a Yaesu, I think it was a Yaesu FT101 or something from early 80s. It was a big darn thing. And I remember every time I would go there, you know, when my parents and stuff, they would play cards. And she was always telling me, it's like, if you want to go tune the ham station, just go downstairs and tune around. And I would tune that Yaesu, that big Yaesu transceiver. Oh, man. Yeah. and that oh man, and it was so quiet. What I remember, I would bring along my shortwave radio of the day. I would put a wire. She lived in radio heaven. It was so quiet with noise. It just was, oh man, amazing. So many cool stuff there. Oh man. It's Rob's radio channel. If I could train Paul the cat to do contacts on shortwave, even if it's just meow, I would let Paul the cat do whatever he wants. I can tell you that. But it was interesting. I mean, she had the big books. She had so many QSLs. Man, the startup of when you start listening to, I had a big moment. There are things that I realized from shortwave listening over the years that as an adult now, as a mature, as a mature adult, as a adult that thinks he knows what he's all about. In my teenage years on shortwave, I think I didn't grasp all of what it was, and I should have more. But you're a teenager. Teenager is teenager. You're in, everything's going, all around, but I think I missed a lot on shortwave because of, I think, maybe just being a teenager. In the 90s, I missed a lot. There was parts of my life in the 90s that was obscure. I'm going to call it that way. I had parts of the 90s where I didn't listen to shortwave for 2 or 3 years at a time. And today I realize I missed out on tons of things. When I got here, so this is the moment of life of my adult life. I got here, so we're in 2025. I got here, I was 31 years old. Incredible. I was 31 years old. I'm going to be 56 in March. I didn't think I'd be here for that long of a time. But when I got here, life changed. Radio life changed. I got here with a lot of noise. And I mean, the noise back in 2000 is nothing compared to what I have now to live to. But for the first time in my life, I was faced with noise in your face. You're getting just this because, it's noisy here. And it's something I didn't think about back then, And I went through here, and thanks to MLA 30, thanks to a few things, and even comparing myself to a few people, we went through that a few years ago and comparing it like, it's okay, it's bad, but it's not that bad. And I guess you go through life, and then it actually reignited one thing that I was actually not part of. I had lost track of radio, and came back into radio, but realizing that, well, where you are now, radio is never going to be the same again. And I mean, you got to go through that. I remember the first time I used to listen. That was a good one. When I was at the other place, I used to listen to Radio Prague from the Czech Republic on 21745, I believe. Clear as a whistle. Come here, I barely could hear it because the noise floor is too high. And I had to go to that shock, that little shock moment of what's happening? Why is it like this? What can I do? And realize nothing I could do about it. And that's where I started having, okay, in your face noise. This is the new reality of your hobby, about what's going to happen in life. I mean, we're in 2000. YouTube doesn't exist still. I'm just going through my life, building my career, building my stuff. Building my computer fixing company, my tech company, and realizing that maybe shortwave is gone. Maybe shortwave is my past now. There is no more, and there were still a lot of stations in 2000. Sweden, Norway, all of that were there, HEJB. But noise was so high that it's like, oh man, this has changed forever. My relation to shortwave radio, which was like this. Nope. Now you got noise, and what are you going to do? Do you continue listening to it? What do you do? And part of where we are here is that it's noise. Well, maybe you gotta try something. Maybe we should try to find some way of, go to a park, do some kind of little, urban de-expedition, as I call them, because it's getting rough in terms of noise and everything. But that's life, So we're at where are we right now? We're at just gonna check how many people are watching. Yeah, a new panel here. 131. Okay, that's good. So we're at 4 hours and 52. 4 hours and 52. That's pretty cool. Radio Romania is coming in at in 6 minutes on 7325 kilohertz. Haji Dakota, now that you mention it, I wish that we had cameras on everything back then, like now. Yeah, absolutely. It's, incredible what we have today. I've been in the last, couple of months watching how shortwave evolves, and I know when somebody says, "Well, I don't hear much in North America in the evening," and you realize that there's more and more signals missing, absolutely, and you got to focus on whatever else is out there, and it's important. Frank V, my first shortwave radio broadcast station I heard was Radio Havana. Unfortunately, Cuba right now I think it's gone forever. The more and more we see the signals and everything, like David says, fortunately, us being in a peak of solar cycle now means that despite the noise, there's no shortage of strong enough signals from stations to receive and even work if they have a ham variety. That is the problem. Every time I think my radio's out, to listen in a park. There's tons of signals out there. But yeah, in your home. You know, somebody today, one of the comments today on my Shortwave channel, I regret buying an X-Stage Data D808. All I hear is Jesus stations. Nothing else. No ham signals, no nothing. And I'm like, yeah. If you have no knowledge and you buy a radio and the noise floor is really high where you live, yeah, you won't hear anything. Absolutely. But when I see, I regret buying the radio. It hurts me because it's like, yeah, but there are things you can do, to make it better. But then again, what do you do with I don't hear anything, and what I hear is crappy. There's nothing you can do about it. We are a very different breed. We are extremely intense in our hobby. We are capable of, even though it's sad, kind of moving on, pushing on a certain amount of crap and noise and stuff, and do what it takes to have that signal come in suddenly. But yeah, noise. I'll say it. People that think internet is what kills shortwave, nope. Noise killed shortwave. And a bunch of other things, but noise is killing shortwave. I mean, you got a radio in your home, you don't hear anything. What are you going to do? Oh, doesn't work. Isn't true. Kevin Michael, 73. Craig Martinetti loves Radio Netherlands. Yeah. 7325. With the interval signal probably coming in right now. Let's check it out. Should be a pretty strong signal on the East Coast, at least. 7325. There you go. Radio Romania, English, 7325, signing on. So, it's part of the hobby, and that we have to deal with today. So instead of being negative, we gotta let's try to put and make it the better that we can. And that's a problem, David. People get into the hobby with a radio, but they don't want to fiddle around with anything. They don't want to, have that, oh, well, I need to go out to a park to listen. Well, I won't do that. And a lot of people won't do that. It's important to understand that. So, this is what you got to understand, and what else do we have here? Dean P. What are you talking about? So, you guys want to have some nostalgic times a little bit tonight? Do you guys want to go back in time? Oh, Brandy Alexander. Wow. That sounds sophisticated. I'm sorry, guys. Well, while we're having beer and wine, Mr. MDK2 is having a Brandy Alexander. Sorry. Hope we're up to What is a Brandy Alexander exactly, Matt? I've heard the name, but is it a mix or is it a type of brandy? Out of curiosity. Wolverine Radio 6965 upper sideband. RGA Dakota, our Radio Romania on 7325. Let's try Wolverine 6965. 6965 upper sideband. Wow, I hear nothing. Usually Wolverine is really strong, I guess. It's interesting. I don't hear anything right now. Frog V, 7325, excellent. 57 Steve, 7325, RI strong in Southeast Georgia. Oh, it's a cognac, cream, the cacao, and cream. Although I used half and half. Okay. Okay, that's what we call a Brandy Alexander. That must be good, though. That must be good. I don't like cognac or brandy itself as a hard liquor, but maybe that actually probably tastes good. Richard Wagner is 6969 in Northeast Illinois. RJ Dakota, here's a Pirate in 6965. Okay. And you know, David, and that's the thing. We are in I think we're in an era where people just want things to work. And what happens is that they get a shortwave radio, and they're young, and they're like, well, it says World Band Radio on the box. It should give me World Band Radio. And then they hear nothing, and they're like, well, this doesn't work. This is crappy. Nestor, nice to have you here from Greece. Yeah, maybe he's gonna move down. I wouldn't be surprised because I'm not hearing. Usually, Wolverine is very strong here, and I don't hear anything at all. So I know that 4185 is one of those frequencies usually. Anybody hearing something on 4170 just out of curiosity? There's a AM signal on 4170. Well, I was just going and tuning the bands down. Hey, good night from Switzerland, BMC Bike. Remember, guys, Wednesday morning, 14:30 UTC, 10-meter band FT8 is going to start there. But you know what? We're going to try to make SSB contacts. Let's try to do something on let's try to do something on the 10-meter band and maybe 12 or other bands if others can do it. But 14:30 Universal Time, Wednesday, the 12, 13, 14, 15th of January, and we're going to check it out. Okay, Matt. There's a carrier for me on 4170. I was just curious. Brian Penny Wolverine is weak here as well, Jill. Yeah, usually he's extremely powerful. I'm surprised I don't hear nothing. He's usually very, very powerful. So I'm going to check that out. And I guess you guys want me to continue. I don't want to stop anyways. So look, I'm going to go on. I'm going to have beer number 4. Yeah, but Chris, G7VEO. That's the thing is like we are in the know and we know that we can use online SDRs and stuff like that. It's difficult, to bring people in our hobby that are totally new of all of it, and then tell them, well, there's this, there's that, there's online SDRs, it's complex. There's a lot. There's a big learning curve. I'm glad. Matt says I'm glad into shortwave radio 9 years ago when there was still more shortwave broadcast stations than now, because that was what I wanted. But places like your channel helped me find more stuff to listen to. Well, I am totally. I'm not blind to what's happening on the bands. I was telling Sean and Harvey, I've noticed that North America evenings are getting rough if you're a program listener. You'll have Turkey or Spain at 23, sorry. At 0, you'll have Thailand if it's good. 0:30, you'll have Slovakia via WRMI if it's good. At 01, you'll have Radio Romania. But boy, there's nothing. And somebody actually asked me, how can you promote a hobby when this is how quiet now the bands are in North America? Well, because there's other stuff to listen to. And we got to look at that. And I still haven't abandoned. It's just in North America. In North America, it's getting... We aren't the target of almost anything anymore. And North America is particular for that. A little bit like Australia. Australia has always been that pariah shortwave place, but Europe, Africa, Asia, shortwave is great there. So how do you have some North American guy or girl pick up a radio and say, oh, wow, I don't hear anything? Yeah, I get it. And we got to work with that. I'm not, invisible to... I'm not going to promote what's not there. And I'm not idiot. I know. Hey, Bert. Welcome back. Hey, Bert, if you want to participate, we're a bunch of little hams on Wednesday morning, Eastern time, 14:30 UTC. We're trying to contact Mad Reader DXer in the UK and FT8. There's David in Barcelona in Spain. We have Danny Radio Shortwave that wants to participate, and we're just going to try to do a little, not just FT8, even voice contact. So we're starting with FT8 on 10 meters, and we're just going around. If you're around, I don't know if you're around at that period of time, but Wednesday morning, we're kind of trying a little something here. RJ Dakota also learned a lot about the hobby from just coming to this channel and seeing and learning from others. Yep. We all learn from each other. I mean, I'm not God of radio. There's tons of things I don't know anything about. But you know what? All of us together, we learn. Yeah, and the West Coast, Asia is very strong, Jasmine. Absolutely. And it says, like I was saying, some still on the air broadcasters are a lot harder than they used to be, even when they do target Western North America. So I do think RRI, for example, isn't using as much power. It is possible. It is absolutely possible. I was talking this week about North Korea. North Korea, 15 years ago, was daily thing here. But even with high solar activity now, North Korea, I hear them. I don't hear them that strong, but I hear them strong enough. But obviously, they must have lowered the power because they don't have the money to broadcast, which, they don't have what it takes. And so it's there, but it's not what it used to be, for sure. Darren Rogers got RRI in Long Island, New York. Mr. Stonegrove's got Radio Romania coming in fine. 73.25. J Dakota keeps coming back each week for another episode, and I find something I learn new. Yeah. Different gear TV. David, to be honest, in my case, and right after popping in my batteries into my then brand new Shortwave SW11 radio, being a complete newbie to it all, after a quick tuning, I found RI and CRI straight away. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. It starts at 14:30, unfortunately. 11 UTC is too early for me. I'm sorry, but we'll try to find some other time also for all of us, and because it has to do with the bands also and everything. 11 UTC, I'm still doing dreams with Paul the Cat in the bed. No political anything, so please. No Elon Musk on the channel, please. Okay? Let's just focus on what we do. On what we do. Okay? Yep. Exactly, RJ Dakota. We all learn from each other. Mandria DXer, yeah, absolutely. North Korea is not going very well, so I mean, Oh yeah, you had ice, a lot of ice where you were, Bert. Yeah. So you know what, Madrid DXer, I won't be there at 12, but I'll try to be there even earlier than 14:30. And we'll see what we're gonna do. We'll see what we're gonna do. You know what? I might even try to set up my. I'm gonna set up my slow scan TV stuff, and maybe even go down to 20 meters and do a SSTV broadcast of pictures. See what I want to go back and do some, because one of the things that actually made me happy when I did slow scan TV, I went to 10 meters where there's really no activity. But when I went to 10, there was this guy in this kid, 14-year-old kid in Poland, and he sent me an email on my amateur radio email saying, with the picture of my my decode, which was very clean, and he was in Poland, And I thought, this is so cool. He had posted in his email his full postal address. So I sent him a Paul the Cat QSL card. And you know what? He wrote back to me saying how excited he was that I took the time to send him a QSL card. And you know what? That's how you spark the hobby to young generations. It's like, you know what? I took the time to send him a QSL by post, not an EQSL, in the mail. And you know what? That's how do you guys remember which question? What is the first country you got a QSL from? That's the question that we have right now. What's the first country you got a QSL from? Take care, Craig Martinetti. Always nice to have you here. Please stay safe. Don't forget, there's the super chat if you want to join and say a little, give me a little something. And there's the pizza fund. That is also really cool, so I don't starve to death. Please give me a little something. And don't forget, if you've never done a donation, it's not always the same people to donate. Thanks for your efforts, guys. So, first QSL for everyone. Matt, as Radio Romania International. Okay, my first QSL, 1982, WYFR, they're in California. They were in California, but their transmitter site was in Okeechobee, Florida. So WYFR is for me. He was in. I remember getting it was a big envelope, QSL card. There was a schedule with frequencies. It was just amazing. I was like, wow, this is so cool. And I mean, I started sending out these reception reports like crazy in 83, 84. It was just amazing. Dino, first QSL was 1977 from HCJB, Quito, Ecuador. Matt says first ham QSL was from North Dakota, a state with a reputation for being hard to work, but the first FT8 QSL I've ever made was with a station there. Cool. Darren Rogers, Radio Prague. The Mike WX50, 1979, BBC, I believe, but Radio Netherlands was shortly after. Bubba's Old Records, Radio Moscow. Mad Reader DX, I don't do QSLs. First, I think, ever did was WWV, 25 megahertz, 10 years ago. And a pirate station, that is. Never bought it in the good old days of shortwave. Oh, man. David in Barcelona. My first two QSLs were CRI, Spanish. Man. Did Paul the Cat dream of electric sheep? RJ Dakota, first QSL, Radio RSA. They sent a huge package of tourist guides and a QSL and a magazine called RSA Calling. Wow. Radio France International, Arjen Wiesman. Pretty cool. I mean, I got this. Look at that. I got this. The book is not far from me here. I got this book here with all the QSLs from. What that word from today? Oh, man. Look at that, guys. Look at that. This is one of several of these books of QSLs. Korea. What is that? This is Austria. Look at that, guys. Spain. This is Spain. Look, David. David. This is was. Check it out here. Radio Exterior de España. 19. So what is that? 1983 and 1986. It's for you, David. 1983. Whoa, 1986. Look at this. This is the QSL cards of Spain back in the day. So this is a lot of stuff. And I got 3 of them. I need to show you guys more of that. More of those. Oh man. Look at this. Norway. This is Norway for those Norway guys we have here. Radio Norway International 85. And here's HCJ. There's okay, Norway. No, these are Norway also with the NRK. China one was Radio Beijing. Radio Beijing. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff in here. Maybe we should do a special QSL show. How about that period of time? There's so much stuff back then. You guys remember Iceland? Riki Sudvarpid in Iceland? That's Iceland QSL. My first ever pirate QSL. The guy was in Venezuela. My first ever pirate QSL in 19. So what is that? 30 April 1995. Radio Piranha International. They were from Venezuela. Look at that. Just amazing. Radio Moscow. You guys remember that in 1985, it was the International Year of Peace. And this was their Radio Moscow QSL card to represent that. That's another Radio Moscow QSL. There's so much of these things. So much of these things. Look at this. What else do we have here? Radio Netherlands and Transworld Radio Swaziland. Netherlands. This is from 1984. Radio Netherlands. Transworld Radio Swaziland. Also in 1984. This was Radio Kuwait QSL card after the Gulf War with a message that said, "Don't forget our prisoners of wars. Don't forget our POWs." So this was a QSL card after the Gulf War. Radio RSA. CFRX Toronto. HCJB. Channel Africa. Channel Africa. And lots of stuff here. Just amazing. Just amazing. I am. When I was so Radio Budapest, when I was part of the Radio Budapest Shortwave Club. Voice of Greece, look at that. ERT, Voice of Greece. Syria, the Syrian Broadcasting Service. Amazing, eh? Lots of really cool stuff in there. Youch. Got some really cool stuff in there. Matt says, I went to Russia in '94 and now I wish I could have brought a portable receiver on that trip to see what could be picked up from St. Petersburg. Might I not, but I might have been allowed to, who knows. You know what? You probably should. You probably would have been allowed because you know what? Sheldon Harvey went there and had radios and they left the radios go in. So you probably could have had that radio go in and listen to what was there. Yeah, Francis Morris, it was like, you know. Frank, my first and only Curacao card somewhere in the 80s was Rye, Italian. Yeah, I got a Curacao from them. Danny Shortwave, that Radio Moscow looks like the Goodwill Games, that team from '94. That was the first Goodwill Games. Yeah, it was the same. I think it was the same spirit, basically. And 3WER, AM Radio Elmer, and I say, have you here any Slovak, pre-Russia, post-Yugoslavia? I've got, I would have to look through. I've got Czechoslovakia. I've got Yugoslavia. I've got, I've got a lot of those. Yeah. Matt's got some really nice results from Voice of Turkey, KBC, and HK. Yeah, cool. Yep, Channel of Record is what Radio RSA turned into. Absolutely. Absolutely. Pretty amazing. And 3WER, Radio Elmer's, August to Paul, cool. Matt, Radio RSA, yeah, Radio RSA was stopped in the 90s. It was a long time. Radio RSA was like in the 90s, changed to Channel Africa. Yeah. It's pretty amazing. Anything else here? Let's check it out. Okay, I got some stuff here. So what else? Let's go here. Look at that, more Radio RSA stuff. Look at that, Zebras. And this was the other one. Radio RSA. What do we have here that's exceptional? Radio Nacional do Brasil, which became Radio Nacional Amazonas, but they had an English service back in the day. Radio Nacional do Brasil. Look at that. Curacao cards. These date back from 1984. Both of them. Radio Japan. I remember being shocked. You know, as a teenager that is ignorant of the world. Radio Japan sends me this and it's like, what is that? Igloos in Japan? What do I mean igloos in Japan? There's no snow in Japan. Well, there is. Radio Japan. Always had really cool Curacao cards. Radio Japan. Man. What do we have here? Japan. United Arab Emirates Broadcasting. These two QSLs come from there. 84 and 1990. United Arab Emirates. My first ever. So today Radio New Zealand is easy to hear when propagation is right. This is my first Radio New Zealand QSL in '85. Back in the day, they had only 7.5 kilowatts on a very weak transmitter. This was real DX back in 1985. And then, of course, this is Radio New Zealand when they had those real 100 kilowatts transmitters. So this is kind of cool. My first QSL card. This was DX with my Radio Shack DX302 receiver back in the day. So that was not the same game. Can tell you that. Can tell you that. Oh man. Radio Moscow. Radio Berlin International. This is Radio Berlin International back in the day from March 1984. Radio Berlin International. Radio Vatican Radio when Pope John Paul II was the Pope. Look at that. Vatican Radio. This is my first ever QSL ever in life. WYFR 1982. Ever. And this is my first ever. Radio Beijing before they became CRI. Radio Beijing. And Radio Orion, which is in the 3 megahertz range in the 19-meter band from South Africa. And for those that remember Radio St. Helena Day, we had a yearly broadcast of Radio St. Helena in the South Atlantic Ocean every year on 1109 2.5 kilohertz. Oh man, this brings back memories. Here, if I want to cry on my sister, Radio Cairo QSL card. And that's 1992, which is when we started thinking about going there. Anybody remembers a station that was WJCR worldwide on shortwave from the US? QSL. Trans World Radio from the Netherlands Antilles from Bonaire. You guys remember that? Netherlands Antilles, Bonaire. Yeah. Of course, the beautiful QSLs of Radio Australia. These were so amazing. Radio Australia. Oh, man. Oh, man. These are all Radio Australia QSLs. Look at that. Koalas here. Look at that. There's such amazing QSLs from Radio Australia. Of course, here is HCJB QSLs. And Voice of Free China QSLs, which is now Taiwan. Even some that are, historical. The Olympics in Seoul, Korea, in South Korea. the Seoul Olympics in South Korea. Look at that. When Pope John Paul went to South Korea. I mean, this is part of history. Pope John Paul went to South Korea. All the people there for that. Pretty crazy. Radio Polonia. Radio Polonia. Look at that. Radio Bulgaria. Radio Bulgaria. Back in the day. Call Israel. Austria. Radio Austria International. That first one at the top is the Mosbrunn transmitter site as a sunset is happening. Pretty amazing. Radio Austria. I have scanned, Jasmine, I have scanned most of them because pretty much all of them. Because I thought if there was a fire or something, I have something to go through. It's in the cloud. Radio France International. QSLs. RAE Argentina at the bottom. Radio Vilnius Lithuania on the top. What do we have here? Of course, Radio Kuwait here. And these actually I can unfold, and there's like, it's like a little leaflet that you unfold. CHU and WWV back in the day. Oops. WWV, CHU. That's a long time ago. Oh, no, these are exotic. Radio 4VEH from IET, 4930 kilohertz. Radio Barquisimeto, Venezuela, on 60 meter band too, tropical. Look at that. Exotic stuff. My first ever QSL card from HCJB, 1983, was the year of telecommunications. First QSL ever from HCJB. And this is also another one which one of the staff at HCJB has a ham station. Look at that. Look at that. International Year of Telecommunications. Oh, man. That's for you, David in Barcelona. This is Radio Exterior de España from the 1980s with their own QSL cards. Right here. Right here. On the right side is Austria. So Austria here, sorry. Spain is here. Dang. What do we have? Radio Deutsche Welle from Germany. Radio Deutsche Welle. Anything special here? Radio Netherlands. Radio Netherlands. Hilversum, Holland. And I have a lot more. So here are a couple of Dar es Salaam, Radio Tanzania in Africa. Radio Tanzania. Radio Tirana in Albania. Right here. Radio Tirana. What do we have? Ecos del Torbes, Venezuela. WWVH in Hawaii. Radio Jamahiriya out of Libya. Voice of Nigeria. Look at that. Radio Tehran on this side. The Voice of the Islamic Republic of Iran. KCBI and WINB in the United States. WINB is still there. KCBI is gone a long time ago. Radio Reloj from Costa Rica. Portugal. Radio Canada. CBC Newfoundland on 6160. Who remembers that? KHBI in Northern Mariana Islands and WCSN in South what is it? South Corners. Here we go. Radio for Peace International from Costa Rica was the one on the top here. Radio Mongolia or Radio Ulaanbaatar on the top, bottom here. It's like, you know. Radio Budapest, Hungary. Pretty crazy. And I got more of those, so lots of stuff that I could talk about. It's really cool to go through all of that. Hey, Ricky. Yeah, showing QSL cards. Oh, man. Pretty crazy. And I got a lot more. So it's like crazy. My WX50, I've never heard Falkland Islands on shortwave. Radio Sweden, Mr. Stonegrove, Radio Sweden, 2010. Wow. Pretty crazy. Hey, Kevin. No, I don't have, I never tried D-Star. I don't have anything for D-Star. Except for receiving with the ICOM SCR30, Kevin. Well, you know what, Kevin? I threw out a lot, but there's one thing I would never have thrown out, and it was the QSL cards. Those for me were like something special. So I actually had thrown out a lot of stuff over the times that I moved. But the QSL cards was like, no, this is... QSL cards is something I will never throw away, Kevin. Yeah, it was. I think it was the kookaburra bird. Absolutely. N3WR says scared of trying to pull the clear wrapper out of the QSLs, so I just leave them alone. Yeah. So, like I said, Jasmine, they're pretty much all scanned. I took them off. Scanned them with my printer scanner. So most of them are existing because I thought if something would happen, say a fire, I would have at least a scan of the cards. You know, I would not lose anything. Matt says, Pope John Paul II came to Denver in '93 for World Youth Day. I was living in 3 blocks. The cathedral he visited. Wow. Yeah, probably I should. Absolutely, Jasmine. David, incredible cheddar shell back then with no internet. That for sure would have felt like having a piece of that country in your hand. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And there was a part of that time, David, when Radio Exterior de España was called Spanish Foreign Radio. That was the official name. In the first year I got into shortwave, they were calling themselves Spanish Foreign Radio. Then they changed to Radio Exterior de España. Yeah, pretty much all the time stations issued QSL cards. Yes, absolutely, Jasmine. Yeah, Tanzania. And I've got a lot of Africans. There's another one that I have, and it's like almost only Africans. And I mean, I probably logged 60% of Africa. What was tough with Africa is that getting a card was rough because there was a lot of mail theft. And so what I would do is, and actually my rate of success was much higher when I started putting U.S. dollar bills in the envelope that I was really like hiding a lot. And when I would put U.S. dollar bills, I started getting more QSLs actually, and that was a good thing. Yeah, radio relage was a unique frequency, absolutely. Oh, that call station, yeah. Oh, Machinery Q. I don't have it on this book, but I had this card from. Can I see it close? No, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't, because there was this cult, which was the Shinrikyo cult in Japan. They had a broadcast on shortwave via Moldova, and I got a QSL from them. I got a QSL. Look at this one. This one is Morocco, and another one is IRRS in Milano. Look at that. This Morocco. I'm just looking at the cars here. So yeah. I don't have it with me, unfortunately. I don't think I got it here. I'm just looking quickly because, man, that would be one to Cameroon. Here's Cameroon. Cameroon. And Radio Canada International. Look at that. Where is that here? See if I got anything else. So Denmark, yeah. I don't think I got anything here for that. Fortunately, no, I don't have it. Shinrikyo had a broadcast on shortwave. And you know what creeps me out is that the WRMI broadcast of what do they call the Supreme Master TV has the same exact feel to it. Shinrikyo had the same kind of broadcast. They were via Moldova, and I got a QSL here with the master on top of the QSL. And about 1 or 2 months after that, they had done the Tokyo sarin gas attack. And I thought, wow, I got a QSL card from that religious group that attacked the Tokyo metro in sarin gas. It's part of history. It's history. Pretty crazy, eh? Man. Just crazy. Mr. Paul is still sleeping on the chair. As long as I'm here, Mr. Paul is like super happy. Super happy. I mean, you know. Artie Curtis, my Ghana QSL request was pirated in the mail in Ghana. Panhandlers wrote wanting handouts. Well. Matt, where I would go for my US dollars? At the bank, local bank. I would go to the local bank here and ask for US dollars. And sometimes they would tell me we don't have any today. But sometimes they say, okay, we're going to go see if we have some. And I'd get like, $10 worth of US dollar bills. And I would put them, because I knew that US dollar bills in terms of importance were much more important than Canadian dollars. So I just go to the local bank and say, well, do you have US $1 bills? And of course, every time I would go there and do that, they were like, why do you want $1 US dollar bills? It's like, don't ask the question. But I would go to the local bank, and if they had some, they'd come back and say, well, okay, we have $10 worth or whatever. And I would say, well, I'm going to take the bills. And so I would take those bills, and those were the bills I would put in the envelope back in the day. And that was in the 90s, early 90s. And that increased my rate of getting back a QSL from these African stations from maybe 1 out of 10 to 1 out of 4. It was a big difference. And I would not put just one. Usually I'd put like $2. And I mean, in 1992, $2 in Africa was like a lot of money. So it was like, for me, it was like, I want to just pay, I want to pay what it costs to send you all of that, send me that QSL card. And it actually worked. And I would get a really higher return rate. But, I probably have sent, I wouldn't be surprised I've sent at least $400 to $500 US dollars over the years to get $100 worth of QSLs back. I mean, for me, if $2 US, $3 US gets me a QSL, it's totally worth it. Especially of those obscure African stations. Totally worth it for me. I was like, yeah, I want a QSL, man. So Ghana 4915, yep. Absolutely. Don't snip that QSL. I would guess sarin gas. I don't know if sarin gas, does it like, dilute and just go away after 30 years? Bob's all record. Absolutely. Supreme Master does have a very weird vibe to it. And it has the exact same feel that Unshimmeriko had in the day. So every time I hear them, it's like, what is that? Another group that's going to, what are you going to blow yourselves up somewhere? Matt, when I went to Russia, we were told to bring US $20 bills, but they had to be perfectly new. I had to go to the bank and ask for them. That's what we had to exchange to rubles. Wow. John McClure, nice to have you here. Dino, wish I had collected more QSLs back in the day. Good thing I saved. I wish I'd done more, honestly. Honestly. Oh, no, I got, Jasmine, I got tons of things from different broadcasters. Books. I got... oh man, if I had all of that in a box today, I had Sucre, a 10 Sucre bill from HCJB for winning a contest. So a real 10 Sucre bill from Ecuador. I had magazines from Taiwan. Sorry, I had so many things over the years. I had the full Moosbrunn, Austria transmitter site technical booklets on how they were built and every little technical detail about them. It was crazy. I had so much stuff. Back in the day, the stations would send you a lot of stuff. I'm surprised somebody in the Shortwave group actually mentioned that they had a calendar from Radio Taiwan recently, a New Year's calendar. But I mean, I had. I'm trying to remember all the stuff I got. I got tons of things. There were pennants. There were so many things, and it's just so cool. All the stuff that I got through the years. I had, if it wasn't that I moved, if I would have been in the same place, I would have still have them. Think about it. I wrote so much, and I would keep everything I received. I wrote so much to stations in the 80s. I can tell you I spent thousands and thousands of dollars in postal fees and letters and envelopes and everything from 83 to 1990. And I had, think about a box, 2 feet by 1 feet, okay? Let's say 2 by 1 feet. I had about 10 boxes like that, full of correspondence, all in order in each boxes. I threw them away when I moved because I had to move real fast, and I just couldn't, it was so heavy, I just couldn't bring them along. But today I'm like, oh man, I wish I had all of that, and I could sit down one evening and just go through all the letters, all the stuff that I got over the years. I threw away a lot of stuff, which is sad, really sad. Oh man. Matthew Johnson, why what? Oh, it was crazy. All the stuff that were sent to us back then. Oh man. It was crazy. The Radio Moscow. I still remember Radio Moscow. I still remember the first question I've sent. Radio Moscow. They were like, I remember hearing their mailbag show where they were answering questions from everybody. And I was like, okay, I'm going to send a question. And my first question was, how many Canadian tourists are visiting the USSR every year? That was my first question. And I remember when I got the answer back, and they had this little list of times and frequencies. This is when you will hear your answer on the air. Imagine how exciting it is for a teenager that's 13, 14 years old to know Radio Moscow is going to answer your letter on the air at these times. What do you think you do? You're just like sitting in front of the radio waiting for the mailbag show. It was just so cool. So cool to know that. It's like, wow. Radio Moscow is going to answer my question on the air. It was just so freaking fantastic. Matthew Johnson, because if you understand it, you know why you do it. It's just so wonderful. Wonderful. Better spend thousands of dollars running to radio stations than spending it in drugs and alcohol How about that? But it was just so cool. That was the cool stuff. That was the cool thing to do. You know? God. Good old days. Honestly, good old days. Pretty crazy. Oh, man. Artie Curtis. Yeah. Joe Adamov. Yeah. I mean, we had so much fun. You know, I look at today, there's a lot of other stuff going on. But that was our stuff. That was, that was the thing we did at that period of time. I remember being shy of even writing to a station, thinking, well, I'm going to write a letter. How about maybe they're going to find me weird or something. But when I started getting those letters coming in the mail, oh man, I was hooked. I was hooked. You start getting letters in the mail, dang, I was hooked. I can tell you that. Started getting those letters and those QSL cards. I'm gonna tell you one thing. This is so cool. Even the postman just one day stopped and said, okay, so you're getting all of these letters from all over the world. Why and how come? How come? I don't understand. And I mean, everybody was... I remember when I was doing those QSL cards and the letter that we were sending out with my best friend. And you know what? At the post office, the lady said, you know what? And what are you doing? What are you guys doing buying all of these stamps? Why are you guys buying stamps like every week? And I remember one day I brought some of the letters from the US, from all the international stations, Radio Moscow. You wanted to impress back in the day. What do? Bring Radio Moscow. It's already impressive. It's the USSR. I know, the Cold War. I mean, come on, bring a letter from the USSR. You're gonna impress every freaking people. And we brought the letters, and I said, look, we're receiving correspondence from all these stations we hear on the radio, which is shortwave radio. And she was just like amazed. It was like, oh, wow, this is so cool. And now she understood why we would buy stamps all the time. We would be writing like crazy to stations around the world. I wish I'd do more, honestly. I'm sure that I could have done more than that. But boy, it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Radio DXer, I used to ask for schedule guides back in the 80s. Last one I had was Radio Canada International. I wish I kept them. A funny story as I'm sending to Radio Canada International for QSL. And we're, I guess, in the 1990s. And there was the guy that was actually answering the QSL cards was Bill Westernaver, his name was. So I knew that what he looked like. So one day I go to this bar and I have a beer, and I look at the other end of the bar, and I'm like, wow, that's Bill Westernaver that signs the RCI QSL cards. So I remember I went to him and I said, hi, I just want to let you know that, I love shortwave radio. And he says, oh, and how do you know who I am? I said, you signed my last QSL card from RCI about 2 months ago. It was just funny. He was a very weird guy. I remember the guy was very bizarre. But yeah, that was life. Jasmine, I always thought about it over the years, thinking that, did I, especially because I would get so much correspondence from, not just the USSR, but from, Eastern Bloc countries, communist countries. I always thought about it. I always thought, is there a file somewhere in Ottawa where, this guy is getting correspondence from all of these countries? Who knows? It's possible. It's totally possible, because that's what Secret Service is all about, is like verifying what your citizens are up to and to make sure that nothing bad happens. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised there would have been something with me. A little something in Ottawa and some, file somewhere saying, well, this guy, let's just, make sure that this guy, see what he's doing. And there was always these moments like, you would get a letter that's, already opened. It's like, why is it already open? Why? You never know. It's Take care, Francis Moore. See you soon. But it's the way it is. Chris G7 VEO, still have a few dollar bills in my Curacao albums that I kept with the cards. Yeah. And I would guess that there was probably some snooping to see what we were doing and what was going on. Buddy Curtis says, Navy had all my info when I enlisted. WSI on the ham side, I just remember getting IRCs and trying to get cards back from the exams. It was kind of an odd and intimidating process for a kid, and some confusion at the post office. IRCs were always confusion at the post office. Nobody freaking knew what they were and what you'd do with those. It was crazy. Well, you know what, Matthew Johnson? Maybe there was never anything about me anywhere, too. And that's possible. I just don't know. Honestly. So, hey, guys. I've been on for 6 hours, which I didn't plan to. But I got a few things to do. I got the edit of the International Radio Report I have to do. And I'm going to spend the rest of the night, take it easy, listening to the radio bands. So thanks, everybody, for being here. It's always a pleasure to have all of you. And thanks for being here. Thanks for the donations through the night. Much appreciated. Stay safe. And see you next Saturday. You know what? 20 hours UTC. And for those, I will say it again, if you're a ham and want to try some kind of contact, you know what? We're going to start Wednesday morning, January the 15th, 14:30 UTC, and 10 meters FT8. And then we'll try maybe some SSB voice. If you guys want to be there, let's try to have contact together. Start something, just for the fun of it. Take care, guys. Love you all. It's really, really an enormous pleasure to be here. And stay safe, okay? I want to see you all next week. And take care of yourself. Life's short, and just make sure you do everything you want to do. Because you know what? You never know when time goes away. Take care, guys. Okay? Stay safe. Love you guys. Bye-bye.